Hello, good day and welcome to the afternoon sunset safari. My name is Ralph Kirsten and we're coming to you live from the Okaukuejo Waterhole in Namibia in the Etosha National Park. Now, it's going to be a wonderful afternoon, and we do have alternative waterhole cameras as well. We have one in the Mashatu Game Reserve in Botswana, as well as in the Juma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands of the Greater Kruger National Park of South Africa. Now, apart from that, we also have Cedric and Tessa out on Juma on the vehicles, as well as Chris on Pridelands and Lauren down in Amakhala. Now, please don't forget to send us your questions and your comments using the link wildearth.tv/questions, or just scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen and get involved in the largest game drive in the world. Sitting here at Okaukuejo, the elephants have come down for their afternoon drink. Lovely afternoon. The weather is but a perfect winter's day. Hardly any wind, and it's going up to about 25 degrees Celsius. So perfect conditions. Not a cloud in the sky, and no rain forecast. Thirsty work being an elephant. But nobody's in any real rush today. So I wonder what the vehicles are going to be finding today. Are there going to be some spots? Are there going to be some cats? I'm thinking there will be. This morning there were a few. Check out the highlights if you want to see what happened this morning. But otherwise, let's hope for a good afternoon's drive. We're going to be bumping between the different water holes whenever we think that something might be coming down. And regardless of if the big guys come down, we're still going to be watching and listening to the birds that always keep us company. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here on these elephants. Let's just go in and have a little bit of a closer look. Remembering that Etosha does home the largest elephants in the world. Some springbok walking in the background. What a start to the day. Elephants at Okaukuejo.
Yes, definitely a beautiful day here at Juma Private Game Reserve. Nice and sunny. A nice little breeze that's coming through that's keeping this temperature nice and low and not too hot this afternoon at Juma Private Game Reserve, Sabi Sands, South Africa. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric Dahl, and behind the camera we've got Odie. So yes, thank you so much for joining us here on WildEarth this afternoon on our sunset safari. I'm hoping that we're going to get some fantastic things for you guys, and you never know. But yes, remember, please send your questions and your comments through and keep us going for the afternoon. But yes, I am on Buffelshoek Cut Line. We are looking at beautiful and nice in the center there. We've got a nice knobthorn tree, and of course on the right hand side the marula tree. But look at that knobthorn trees. Slowly but surely they are going to be they're going to start flowering. Beautiful cream colored little flowers that comes through, and it's one of the trees that really flowers first before even spring comes. So yes, we are all waiting for that beautiful colors to come through.
Hi, I am David. I come to you live from the Mara Triangle, all the way from Kenya.
This is not a postcard. This is real. Sunrise in the beautiful Maasai Mara.
Here on WildEarth, we love it when you interact with our guides while they are live. In order to do this, you must head over to wildearth.tv/questions and submit your questions, comments, and suggestions. Simple as that. And to make it even simpler, from time to time, you will see a QR code on your screen. Open your camera phone and scan this code, and it will take you straight to where you need to be. We look forward to answering your questions on this channel.
Yeah, so there's a lot of that, and all that's a part of lines that crossed into Buffelshoek this morning. I'm hoping we can maybe get them back this side. But yes, while we want to continue with Buffelshoek cut line, let's head over to Tess, as she wants to say good afternoon to everybody.
What a wonderful day it is starting out as indeed. I agree with Cedric. I think we're in for quite the afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, it's me again. Have you missed me? I've started my afternoon with a herd of buffaloes, possibly the same herd that the lions preyed on yesterday. My name is Tess. I'm going to be your guide on safari here for the afternoon. Behind the camera today is Panda. Whoop, whoop. And we have started off at Chile Pan, and in fact we came here looking for Tlalamba's cubs and hoping that the queen herself would make an appearance. Then in fact we found buffalo tracks, and as I was calling the buffalo tracks in on the radio, Panda spotted the buffaloes about 100 meters or so down the road. So they have had a blast at Chile Pan and the Little Pan systems just south of it. But my favorite one is this big bull right in the middle. He has had the best mud wallow of his life, it seems. He is coated from head to toe, horns included, in mud. Look how shiny he is. He's a whole different color to every other male buffalo I've ever seen because the mud is quite light. So he's got a bit of a creamy color. So he's had a great time trying to get a bit of sunblock added to his skin, get some flies away, maybe even coat some wounds, and just enjoy, I think, having a splash in the mud. It's a hot day. It's the perfect time for it. And I'm wondering if this is the same herd of buffaloes that the lionesses went after this morning, after the S8 Imbali male kind of ignored them for a bit too long. I wouldn't be surprised. They might have done a loop. They were on Buffelshoek. They went all the way up to Buffelshoek Cutline from Gari Dam. So maybe they just did a bit of a turnaround and came back down because the lionesses tried to chase them. But let's see. I don't know how far they're going to go. They're looking like they're moving west towards Treehouse Dam, so maybe they'll end up there a bit later as well.
The Maasai Mara in Kenya, a remote landscape where wilderness reigns. Its inspirational beauty captivates the hearts of many around the world. This year, from August, WildEarth is leading a number of unique expeditions to follow Africa's greatest wildebeest migration here in the Maasai Mara. And now, the remaining places have been discounted by 20%. Head over to our website to find out. Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited safari guide training with courses tailored for the African safari larger industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity.
So pretty much everywhere we look right now, it's flicking ears like that one, and bushes moving and noise. And that's so typical of a buffalo herd. They cannot be subtle. It's impossible for a buffalo herd to be subtle. And it's one of the things I love most about them. They just don't particularly care because they don't really have to. It's amazing. So I'm going to try and reposition and get a little closer, see how far the herd extends, and send you over to Chris in the meantime, who is ready to say good afternoon from Pridelands.
It's certainly off to an incredible start all over the place. We've got buffalo as well, not what you're looking at the moment. They're right next to us here in the bush, and in a moment or two we will go there. But they are moving quite far into the bush. We might perhaps try and see if we can't follow them on foot. We'll take a look. My name is Chris, and with me on Camops is Gerard Burger. And our plan was to track the buffaloes this afternoon, but we will have to just see how far they are from the road, and either do move further into the bush, we maybe will approach them from the other side. In the meantime, let's look at this young elephant. Looks like a young bull, but I can only confirm when it moves forward, and it's an unusual age for it to be by itself. And I'm wondering why it would be by itself. It is a teenager. Normally at this age they're still with their natal herd. But he seems very calm. Although you can see on the forward there is that little square notch, which is usually the case with females. But young males also show that. It's only when they grow into adulthood where they have the rounded forehead. Right, yeah, so this is where we last saw, exactly the same place where we saw that second leopard is this morning, and we now have confirmation that it was indeed the same leopard. Hello, there's Susie, who is 7 years old. Susie wants to know, how old do elephants get? How long can they live for? Susie, about 70 years in some cases. About 70 years. Not all of them will grow that old. So just like in humans, some people do grow older than others, and some not.
It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole. WildEarth's weekend at the Waterhole is going to be epic, and we want to make sure that you are kitted out for the occasion. We've launched some wonderful merchandise just for you. Are you a dam cam lover? Find these and more on our website. So get your snacks ready, put your feet up, and join us for a weekend at the Waterhole.
And you will probably find this variance across many species, including us. Predation can be an issue with baby elephants. Right, we're going to try and see where our buffalo herd has gone to. And while we do that, let's see what Lauren is up to.
Well, we are surrounded by baboons here in Amakhala Game Reserve. Good afternoon, everyone. The sun is shining, and I am massively regretting wearing my thermal underneath my shirt, which looks a bit random, but these temperatures are going to drop. My name is Lauren, and I do have Davy once again on camera. And we have just stopped because this entire troop has just walked in front of us, and it's a huge troop. I must say, I don't think I ever saw a troop this big in Juma. No, I really don't think I did. We do have substantial troops, but not this big. I mean, this is phenomenal. And there's one right in Mama's back. Do you see it? Baboons. I know Byron loves baboons. He's incredibly passionate about them, and I admire him so much for that. Not everybody loves them, but I have to say I do. Obviously not when they come into your camp, but they are incredible animals. They're quite skittish here, so once you just sort of stop your vehicle and just go a bit quiet, they sort of forget that you're there. And you can end up having a really lovely sighting with them. And I do look forward to hearing all your questions today and attempting to answer them. And your comments. I think our plan for today is to head back to the cheetah. James, thank you. You are saying great find. Not bad. We see baboons, I think, every day. Luckily not inside the camp, because that can be really quite terrifying. But look at this troop. It's just never ending. There are more still coming as well. But yes, we really didn't get lucky with the cheetah this morning, but we are going to continue that mission and hopefully find them this afternoon. Wow.
Another one on the back.
You got one on the back. I think there are quite a few moms with babies on the back here.
Looks like he's sleeping.
Oh, I got him. I got him in my binos. Oh, Davy said earlier, now that is the best way to get around the bush. Jump on Mama's back and there you go. Have a nap.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at a watering hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
There are so many hitchhikers here. A lot of them. Cindy, you're asking about a leader, and essentially they do. It's quite a unique social structure. They do have a sort of band, a group of males that lead the troop. So it's not one individual, if you like. It's a... You wanted me to reposition, Davy? They're moving off, and I think we've still got them before they go behind that wonderful black pole that Davy loves so much. So yes, it's actually a band of adult males, of course, not youngsters. They can be quite violent towards the youngsters that actually have their own dominance hierarchy, and they are the ones that lead the troop. And to sort of establish your dominance, it can be very, very aggressive and lots of fighting. It's not the most pleasant thing to see, but it's quite a unique social structure, and it is male-driven. They're quite family-driven all in all. I mean, look at this troop. It's beautiful. You can see the moms, you can see the youngsters, you can see the babies. They're very family-driven, but the entire family is dominated by a band of male individuals. That was such a lovely starting sighting. I've got a good feeling about this afternoon, but as we bumble on, we're going to send you over to Ralph in Namibia.
Thanks, Lauren. I really hope you indeed find those cheetah. Well, we've got a lot of animals coming down to us here at the Okaukuejo Waterhole. These elephants are just quenching their thirst, and we've had the zebras coming down. Some of them have started to leave. There's a lot of springbok here, and there's more zebra on their way down as well. So around this time of day, we have a lot of traffic at Okaukuejo in general. Animals coming midday, just after midday, to come and quench their thirst. You hear the crows squawking in the back. And just try and get in a little bit closer to those springbok. Lovely view with them in the water drinking. Oh, how's it coming back? Let's go in and stay in. There we go. No. All right. Well, I don't think we can stay in there for now. But you see how they walk right in the water. I think it also helps them cool off a bit. Linda, that's, interesting question. I've never seen elephants with short trunks, not the African elephant anyway, these guys. The only time I have seen that when, unfortunately, they've had it caught in a snare and it's literally been cut off. We had one in the northern part of the Kruger National Park in the Makuleke concession that we spotted. And it obviously gone over, there's a lot of snaring that happens in different parts of the Kruger. But they also go over to Zimbabwe there too. So there could be from a number of areas where they could have picked that up. But it had actually carried on with its cut-off trunk, and it had sort of worked it out, So it was very interesting to see, and, very sad at the same time. But the way that she was a female. She had made a plan, and because right at the tip of the trunk, it's like almost 2 fingers. It's like prehensile. So she didn't have that anymore. It was literally a stump. So she was rolling her trunk back and using it as a sort of a hand more than the fingers.
We want to make it even easier for you to interact with our guides whilst watching WildEarth. When you see a QR code like this pop up on your screen, then open your phone camera, point it at the code, and you will be taken directly to our question page. Simple as that. Then you can let us know what you want to see, ask questions, and much more.
I've had it before where I've been walking and the waterbucks jumped out of the grass. It's quite a frightening experience.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
So yeah, the African elephant has never been habituated or trained or anything like that to do properly, to do work for humans. Well, yeah, and elephant-back safaris are also now a thing of the past, so that I'm very happy about that too. Anyway, speaking of water holes and animals coming down to drink, sounds like Cedric's got something similar in mind.
Yes, definitely talking about the elephant-back safari is a thing of the past. Yeah, that's a good thing. So, yeah, rather see them in the natural areas or in areas that where they can roam freely. But yes, I am sitting at Buffelshoek Dam. Got two beautiful hippos here. It looks like a mom and a youngster that is occupying this water hole at this time. And as you know, hippos will spend most of the day in the water. As it is a little bit warm today, about 24, 25, 26 degrees Celsius. So it's a nice warmish day. But mostly in the winter time, you'll find around the dams, even the rivers, in winter times, they'll actually be lying on the outskirts of the water, on the water edges, and actually enjoying a little bit of warmth from the sun. But summertime, you'll find that the water spends majority of the day inside of this, inside of the water itself. It looks like we saw it yesterday. I think it was yesterday. We saw 4 of them. So it was these 2, as mom and the youngster, and there was also 2 young bulls as well that had very bad wounds on their backs, but like not fresh wounds, like quite maybe a month or so a month ago. Just a rough estimate, but most probably they had a bit of an encounter with a territorial bull, a male hippo, and of course they definitely got some proper scarring on the back and got pushed out of the pods. So maybe that's why they ended up at this water hole, because there is no dominant male here at Buffelshoek Dam. It's just a mom and a youngster that's enjoying this like little bond around here. But yes, on top of that, as you know, tomorrow, as I'm sitting at a waterhole, tomorrow, it's of course the 9th and the 10th of July. We have got our waterhole weekend. So please join us as we are going to be spending a lot of time at all these waterholes around on Juma, at Pridelands. Of course, Ralph will be spending most of his time as well at waterholes, and Lauren and them as well. So yes, please join us on the 9th, that's tomorrow, and the 10th, Sunday. It's a waterhole weekend. I'm hoping that we are going to see so much that's going to come down to these waterholes. So I am really looking forward to it. So grab some nice snacks and kick your legs up, and yes, I'm hoping that we can keep you guys excited and entertained over this waterhole weekend. But other than that as well, we had information this morning that we had wild dogs coming into Juma on Cheetah Cut Line. I'm not too sure exactly where, so I am going to head directly to Cheetah Cut Line now to follow up on those wild dogs to see if I can pick up on any of the tracks or any signs of the dogs. It'll be fantastic if we can get some of those or that predator this afternoon. It'll be brilliant. I don't know which pack it is. Someone just said wild dogs. So I think what we should do, so while the day is still young and the afternoon is still young, let's head off to Cheetah Cut Line and go and take a look and see what we can find that side and see if we can follow up on those tracks. And I know I'm holding thumbs that Tess finds Tlalamba and the cubs, hoping she is successful that side. But she found buffaloes already this afternoon. Fantastic. And of course Ralph has got his elephants, and Lauren is going to look for her cheetah. So yes, we all are on a mission today. Mission not impossible. But I just love this low-felt weather. I think it is so glorious. It's what is that? It's a log, eh? Yeah, it's a log. Such great weather. Winter days in the low-felt, 25, 26 degrees Celsius. Brilliant, 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 brilliant. But wait, August comes, around about August, then we get our high winds. Andy, yes. Well, also I'm wondering, Odie and myself are talking now at Buffelshoek Dam. It was a little bit quiet on the bird side of things. So, but yes, let's take a look. I'm going to make my way towards that African hawk eagles, that nest that has been on, they pretty much are occupying on Central. So I'm going to head up to that side just now. So I'm going to keep my eyes open for them as well. It's always nice just to follow up on that pair of eagles. I love them to bits. We'll call them John and Susie. But as well, I'm going to also end up going to that S8 male. So I'm definitely going to go head up to that S8 male line later this afternoon. Once it starts cooling down, it's pointless going now because 10 to 1, I'm sure he's fast asleep. I know that the two females went north into Buffelshoek. We also got other lion tracks on Gullygo Shortcut when we came out, or when we went back to the camp this morning. And it looked like for a pride of lions, maybe 2-3 females, looks like maybe 2 males in that pride. So I'm not too sure which lions they were. It could have been the Telematis, you know, the sub-adults, or I was going to say sub-adults, or the 2 sub-adult males and of course the 3 females. So I'm not too sure, but it seemed like it was a nice pride of lions that walked straight north into Buffelshoek as well. So there was definitely so much lion activity last night around our camp area.
I still can't believe the amount of Oxpeckers on this poor hippopotamus. It's almost more Oxpecker than skin at the moment. They do seem to be retreating now, it's heading into the water. Maybe that's what you should have done first there. Wow, they really are. That was an effective method there, hippopotamus. Well done. And oh, they go.
Yeah, but pretty much I think that the line dynamics now in this area is going to get so intense in the next, say, year or two, especially with these young males that's growing up now. And, well, you know, we don't know what's going to happen. Mohawk and Blondie needs to hold ground. Yeah, plus that S8 male is going quite far south as well. So yes, definitely the line dynamics is going to be really interesting, and it's going to start intensifying. But while we continue, let's head over to Chris in Pridelands to see what's happening on his safari.
Right, so we left the area with that buffalo herd. They're all lying flat in thick stuff. Can't really see much, so it's close to the plateau behind the koppies, and we are hoping that they will move into that area, which means we can then maybe do an approach or track them down on foot. It's not going to be much tracking really, because we kind of like know where they are, or even if they move towards the koppies and we can try and position ourselves on top of the koppies, that will be an amazing experience. And why would we want to do that? It doesn't really sound like, you know, why would I consider doing something like that? You know, obviously safety will always be first. We're not going to go look for trouble. But it's firstly an incredible experience. Secondly, we do not have to go off-road if it's an area where we can approach them. Oh, there's some giraffe, by the way. So if they do move into that area that I'm hoping that they would, it's a very, very open area on the plateau, that grassland area. And we can get a good visual of them without putting ourselves in any danger. Right. Oh, it's a very dark individual dark bull. So we will give them about 20 or 30 minutes or so. Yo, that's that very, very dark one, eh? It's moved off. All right. Might get a gap through here. Aaron, good afternoon. Aaron loves seeing giraffe on Pridelands. It's always so peaceful. And there's a lot of giraffe out here. I must say the density of giraffe in this area is incredible. There are plenty. And like I mentioned before, even the females here are unusually dark in color.
We protect and reconnect nature across southern Africa. We bring countries together to care for wild spaces that stretch beyond borders. We protect and restore biodiversity. We prioritize the people living in these landscapes, enabling them to thrive in harmony with nature. We are restoring tomorrow.
Might en route there swing past the area where the leopards were seen as well. Right, we're going to continue just a little bit with the bumble until it's a bit cooler. Then we'll return hopefully to that herd of buffalo. Sure, into the sun. Let's go back to Cedric, who's on the move.
Yes, and I agree. I think it's a better way to approach buffaloes. I think stick to the vehicle. But yeah, I'm going down our Cheetah cut line. I'm just taking a look here. I've got a lot of zebra tracks going down south. Looks like for a whole dazzle of zebra. But I don't see anything of the wild dogs at this point in time. I'm really looking carefully, just making sure that nothing has crossed from or behind us, but it doesn't look like anything has. But as well, that I know Tlhalamba was also heading towards Mamba Road this morning. She was heading in, just her cubs were left, of course, there at Spaghetti Crossing. She was heading in a southeasterly direction towards Mamba Road. I wonder if she didn't also take that road towards Cheetah Cutline. So I think I'll also just keep my eyes open for her tracks as well, because I know that Tess is going to be looking out for Tlhalamba. Unless she was successful with a kill somewhere in the block and she went to go and collect the cubs again. And hopefully that would have happened on Juma. But we'll just take a look carefully here. Savannah, that's actually a good question. Well, first of all, it is a cut line. So Torchwood is here, Juma's on the right-hand side, Torchwood is on the left-hand side. So it is a cut line, but Cheetah cut line. Maybe maybe they saw a cheetah running down here very quickly one day and they thought, oh, cheetah cut line. I don't know. I think so. Maybe Odie can enlighten me with that one. Not? Okay. No. Unfortunately, Savannah, I have no idea. Maybe because it's so open. It's a nice open spot. Well, there's a fire break anyway, but I'm not too sure how the cheetah cut line got its name. But it's actually a very nice one. I like it. It's a very easy name to use. It just rolls off the tongue. Cheetah cut line. But yeah, I can always find out for you. It's going to be, I think, the one Juma's manager should know. So yeah, we'll see. Cheetah cut line. Didn't they find a cheetah on this? I think they found a cheetah on this road before, on this area. They used to go across here towards Chitwa airstrip, Mike's kitchen. I'm sure there was, I think there was a male, or two males that used to come in from the Manuleti, Buffelshoek, came this side and actually went to them. Maybe that could be the reason. Yeah, maybe that could be the reason it got its name. It was like a highway for the cheetah. It was a perfect highway. Alright, I'm just taking a look here quickly. Well, I'm going to jump off here and just scan Mamba Road with the cheetah cut line. Let's head over to Chris as he's got some giraffe.
Found some more giraffe, quite a big group. Counted more than 10 already, quite widespread over the area. Yeah, there's 1, 2. Just check here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Back there was 7, 8. Yeah, there's definitely 10 or more. Definitely 10 or more. And these are all females. Cows, rather. What is that thing eating there? So now quickly check something. Oh, it's a buffalo thorn. Very tasty leaves, even for us.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose. Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited Safari Guide training with courses tailored for the African safari large industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity.
Ian wants to know if the spots, or rather the markings of a giraffe, plays a role much like zebra stripes. Ian, the markings on giraffe is also disruptive, very much in the same way that zebra stripes does. So it will cause somewhat of a confusion as to which direction the animal's looking in and so forth. But it's also more of a camouflage as well, especially when they stand in thick bush and shady areas or under trees. That can help to break their profile. especially in areas with taller woods. Open areas, probably not as effective. The markings are also quite unique, like a fingerprint. So just like zebra, it could also play a role in terms of recognizing each other, especially with regards to mother or cow and calf. Sounds like Lauren might have found some meerkats again. Let's go and take a look.
Hi everyone, we have got the meerkats and they are definitely meerkats. I'm just directing Darby, because it is long distance, but we are going to be able to get a little bit closer. You caught us in the middle of directing each other. Huh. So you see that line of thicket just below the ridge? They're literally in front of that. You got them. It's so fascinating. We wanted to come here and check if it was meerkats, and I think it definitely is, and I also want you guys to clarify. I don't think it's yellow mongoose.
I just saw a head pop up.
Okay, we saw the head pop up. They keep popping up and standing up. But we do have permission, if it is a meerkat burrow, to actually visit them a little bit closer on a daily basis, which is great news. I just really wanted to check that it is definitely meerkats and not yellow mongoose. So let me know, guys. Yeah, that's meerkats. Lots of babies too, I'm sure of it. You got them, Dove? Yeah. Yeah, they're standing up. I'm pretty sure that's not yellow mongoose. Yes, it's definitely meerkats. Oh, that's so wonderful. Hello. You better get used to me. I don't believe we've had meerkats on screen since Swallow. So this is very exciting. Tyler, you're saying you love how cute they are when they stand, and their heads are also cute. They are, and it's definitely meerkat. I wasn't sure this morning because I can't really see, and it is long distance, but yeah, that's a meerkat face. Yes, we found a burrow. All the guides here were also shocked that we found a burrow here. You can see the dark facial markings. That's quite a giveaway that it's a meerkat. They're smaller than the yellow mongoose, but a sharper face and a completely different tail. Oh, this is so wonderful. So it's... Aha! That one just tried to get the butterfly mid-air. I don't know if you guys saw that. I'm feeling very lost without a monitor. So tomorrow we will come here and we'll spend time with them. We'll position ourselves at a reasonable distance, but a little bit closer than this, and we'll watch them wake up because they have such a nice morning routine and they're just really adorable to watch. But according to the book I'm reading, that I keep referencing, it states on the back, in the Kalahari Desert, she discovers why meerkat mothers are the most murderous mammals on the planet. I didn't know that.
It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole. WildEarth's weekend at the Waterhole is going to be epic, and we want to make sure that you are kitted out for the occasion. We've launched some wonderful merchandise just for you. Are you a dam cam lover? Find these and more on our website. So get your snacks ready, put your feet up, and join us for a weekend at the Waterhole.
I didn't actually expect to see them, and to be honest, their burrow was right next to that kill site. Not an ideal location.
Oh, it's a jackal right here.
There's a jackal. Ah, there we go. Hello, jackal. Nice spot, Davi. So from our little family of meerkats, we are going to send you over to Ralph's family of elephants.
And just in time to see them coming down for a drink. In a very orderly fashion, all in line. Here come the elephants. There's a lovely little one there. So he couldn't be much older than 1 year old. There's a couple of indicators that we do look at for the sort of 1 year old, but let's listen first. No rumble. So at about a year's age, they start to get better control of their trunk, and it's not just like an out of control fire hydrant. They can fit under their mother until they're about a year as well as the top of the ear flaps overlapping on the top of the head until they're past a year. So those are all a couple of factors or characteristics that you can look at to work out the age of a little one. So this waterhole would be the confluence of many different territories of different animals. So for instance, with the black rhino, obviously elephants aren't territorial, but they can have issues around the waterhole and females, but however, they're not a territorial animal. But with the confluence of a waterhole, meaning that a lot of different black rhino would have their territories overlapping here. And so that's where we start to see a lot of conflict, and there can be quite aggressive fights. So black rhino being territorial, but an animal that isn't territorial is a buffalo as well.
Yes, in the Molawati, Mamba Road, and of course you just bumped into this herd of buffalo. It might be the same ones that Tess had earlier, and it looks like they're quite on the move at the moment. Looks like heading south in the Molawati, maybe heading towards Twin Dams, moving to that area. Very interesting. Looks like quite a nice herd as well, quite large. But it's incredible how many buffaloes we've had on Juma in the last several days, which is fantastic. I'm definitely not complaining about that. Of course, bringing lions into the area. So, and I know there was lions just south of Twin Dams in Little Gowrie as well. So these buffalo are heading south and are heading towards Twin Dams. So you never know, maybe later this afternoon, or later this evening, maybe we'll get some action, maybe get some lion and buffalo action, which would be wonderful. But I'm also just taking a look. I've got my bifocals out. I'm just trying to see if I can find any of the oxpeckers. I'm looking again. Once again, I love looking for those yellow-billed oxpeckers, but these buffalo are really moving steadily. south in the Smallawati. Unfortunately, the oxpeckers aren't sitting on top and remaining on them. I hear the oxpeckers, but I don't see any of them on there. Is it? Sophia, it's just like with the bleating. Sometimes you hear that bleating. So if it's a calf and a mom, you hear that typical like little bleating between mom and calf. And also you hear that like grunting. So sometimes that's I'm going to say, like aggressive communication as well. So there's several different kinds of communications that the buffaloes do. And of course the distress communication. So that's it. So that one, of course, that's when if lions is taking down a buffalo, it'll do that distress noise, and of course you'll find the rest of the herd will come to assist that individual that's being taken down by the lions. But funny enough, that I don't know if that young calf that the S8 male brought down, I don't think he made any noise. I think that was maybe it might have sometimes if they bring down a buffalo and they actually grab it around the muzzle, around the nostril areas. So sometimes they can actually just prevent the buffalo to even make any kind of noise, and maybe that's what happened to that young calf that the S8 male brought down. But here's a one that's got lots of oxpeckers on it now. Red-billed oxpeckers, a couple of juveniles, looks like. A beautiful female buffalo, that.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at a watering hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
Look at those nasty squall. Yeah, there's one female that we're looking at now. She's got a nasty cut on the side, and you can see all this oxpeckers enjoying and actually feeding on that blood. We call it hemophagia. So hemophagia is, of course, something that drinks or eats, mainly, of course, drink blood. So yeah, it looks like those oxpeckers were loving it. Don't know what happened to her there. Maybe like a branch or something that really hooked her. Maybe a buffalo's horn. And there goes the last ones, the straddlers. But they are really... Okay, I'm going to try and get in here. I know our signal is not the greatest here. Justin, if they panic, they'll actually not scatter. They'll actually follow, so they'll actually try and stick together. If you think of a banded mongoose, how they stick together, become like one organism. And it's the same as the buffalo. They'll try and stick together, safety in numbers. You can imagine if they start splitting apart, those, if it's, for instance, lions chasing them, they'll run after an individual that's running by itself. And if you're staying together, your chances of survival is much greater and much better. So yeah, they'll stick together if they run in a panic. All right, I think it sounds like they're going this side. Let's go around to Mamba Link. Mamba, hey Mamba, hey Mamba. I'm going to try and turn around, yeah. So I'm just taking a look there. Anyway, well, we're going to turn around. Let's head over to Ralph and see what's happening with these elephants.
Well, have the elephants we do. And look at that massive beast coming down in the background as well. So I wonder if we're going to have a big 5 drive. We've already found elephants and buffalo. Now we need some kitty cats. And hopefully, if we're lucky, we might even have a black rhino come visit us here before the end of the drive. That would really round it off. But we've got to find those cats as well. Not that that's something that we strive for. It's just every now and then it would be nice. The Ferrari Safari. I've never been one to conform to that. There's some zebra coming down as well. Little breeding herd this. I think I counted 10. Sometimes you do have groups within a larger group of elephants as well. Sometimes they split up a bit and then they can come together. It's almost like an enlarged family. But they break up into their smaller family units and then at times join up. I wonder what that elephant's doing in the background. Contemplating life. Well, I think it's going to be an awesome day here at the Waterhole. Still going to pop over to Juma at some stage, and maybe if we're lucky, Mashatu. There's been a couple of gremlins there, but we'll try and work them out. But I'm not the only one with elephants. Seems like Cedric is too. Chris, pardon.
Yeah, this is surely turning into one crazy afternoon all over the place. Buffaloes, elephants, meerkats, all sorts of things happening. And look at this fella. Not a massive bull, but it's a sizable elephant. He is a bit cheeky. I might need to just get my stick ready, as you know. And as when they sit like that and they start moving their head up and sideways, and that's when they're starting to think what mischief they can cause. He is worried about something, and I don't necessarily think it's us. Could be the smell of those leopards, because this is where we lost them this morning, the first time. There's something that's bothering this elephant, and I don't think it's, and I'm not sure that's us.
WildEarth have really inspired me to return to South Africa after having followed so many beautiful characters. This ticket to dream has given me a great opportunity to meet the WildEarth team, which I thank. They're all amazing. I love all of the characters, but I do have a particular passion for leopards. It's a dream, and as I said before, I just keep on pinching myself. Am I really here?
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
Hi there, Lisa. Lisa says I made her day with these elephants. They also make my day, Lisa. As you all know, I really love elephants. He's not a happy camper, this guy. And he keeps on looking there. He keeps on looking here. Wondering those leopards are not around in these rocks. I wonder. Struggling to make out what's happening here. Well, we are close to where we left the leopard this morning, the early sighting, the first sighting of her. It could just be because he's not too happy with the car. It could also be that. But I wonder if it's just not my own observation that tells me that, but it seems like he's fixed on something here. Hi there, James. James wants to know if elephants or buffalo makes me more nervous. James, none of them really makes me nervous. I've had nervous moments with both of them. They are equally dangerous in bad cases. Elephant bull aggressive or a buffalo bull. The only thing is, with an elephant bull that acts aggressively, you've got a much better chance of stopping it in terms of counter-intimidation. There's just going to be one or two safari vehicles that's driving past. This is one of the main roads from HQ to the gate. So I said, if an elephant bull acts aggressively and charge you, you've got a chance to stop it, even in a full-on charge, by counter-intimidation, standing your ground, shouting, waving, whatever you want to do. Whereas a charging buffalo is somewhat unlikely to stop. So therefore, I would be a bit more nervous faced with such a scenario. All right, he's moving off. Let's head back to Rolf in Namibia.
Well, folks, this is when things get really interesting at Okaukuejo. Now that one breeding herd was nice and calm, and another big group has just arrived. And let's just watch the interaction between these two groups now. There might be some trumpeting and all sorts going on here. I'm just going to go quiet for a little while.
Hi, I am David. I come to you live from the Mara Triangle, all the way from Kenya.
This is not a postcard. This is real. Sunrise in the beautiful Maasai Mara.
Here on WildEarth, we love it when you interact with our guides while they are live. In order to do this, you must head over to wildearth.tv/questions and submit your questions, comments, and suggestions. Simple as that. And to make it even simpler, from time to time, you will see a QR code on your screen. Open your camera phone and scan this code, and it will take you straight to where you need to be. We look forward to answering your questions on this channel.
So very tranquil. There was no issues between these couple of different groups of elephants, it seems, that have arrived here. No problems with each other. The problems generally come with boisterous young males or big bulls that are in must. When that occurs at around the waterhole like this, there can be lots of excitement. Honey badger, yes, I've seen elephants stress out for snakes and literally trumpet, turn and run away. So yes, they are very clever, and they watch all where they walk. I've seen bees swarming, giving them real issues as well. And any of the predators they really don't like. They'll chase them off, but yeah. Definitely, snakes do pose a sort of a threat to them, a perceived threat. I don't think that they really do, but when I've seen elephants come across them, they definitely sort of avoid them and make a lot of noise about it. Because I think if a snake had to sink its fangs, it had to try to sink its fangs into an elephant, I think it would probably just break them. The skin is so thick, it's almost an inch and a half thick. It's quite extreme. Number 2 coming in at the back. They seem to be flanking either side. Laura, I'm glad they're your favorite because having so many elephants next to the waterhole is wonderful. Now look on the other side there, you can actually see them. Okay, they've gone out of rhythm now, but they're almost all in tune with their ear flapping. It must be quite warm for them. Generally when they do that, it's to run cooler air over all that blood that's running through the ears. There's a bit of a cooling system, a water-cooled radiator. You'll see them spraying water behind their ears. Now we can see them spraying on their backs. But they also spray on the sides, underneath the belly. And look at them swimming. They're having a ball now.
The Maasai Mara in Kenya, a remote landscape where wilderness reigns. Its inspirational beauty captivates the hearts of many around the world. This year, from August, WildEarth is leading a number of unique expeditions to follow Africa's greatest wildebeest migration here in the Maasai Mara. And now, the remaining places have been discounted by 20%. Head over to our website to find out. Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited safari guide training with courses tailored for the African safari larger industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity.
And it's good to see all the different ages. It obviously means, a healthy population. You want animals of all the different ages. Righty. So, I wonder if there's going to be any more elephants coming down to join them. There's not much space left. Well, from these elephants playing in the water, let's head you on to a busy hyena den.
Yes, as you can see, we are at the Juma clan's den site. And of course, we've got, looks like one of Intima's youngsters. So it looks like Loki that's coming closer to me here. Okay, you can go under the vehicle. They're doing some car maintenance. I think Tess should bring Wendy here because it seems like Wendy is giving a little bit of issues. So I'm sure that the two of Intima's cubs can fix Wendy. But as you can see, we got Koa. That's Corky's youngster that is busy nibbling on some grass. That's at the entrance. And we've got just one adult here, one female, and that is, of course, Swazi. And she is behind us, and she's in a little bit of a difficult position. But, of course, Koa is Corky's cub, and Corky's only got the one cub. And, of course, just enjoying a little bit of playtime with, looks like, some grass roots there. I know that Tess said a lot of them decided to jump up this morning and run south. There was a lot of lion activity inside of Little Gowrie, just south of Baboon Pan. That's south of Twin Dams, from where we are now. So I wonder if they're not maybe still around in that area of Little Gowrie. So we've only got really the one adult here at the moment. So we are going to just sit here for a while and enjoy a little bit of these cubs' antics. Always so much fun to watch. Yes, eat the grass, eat the grass. Very inquisitive. I think anything, sticks, branches, little, like grass, anything really takes their interest. And then, of course, you've got old Swazi. It's really much passed out on the other side of the vehicle. Well, not really passed out, but she's the only adult here at the moment. So she's babysitting all of them, and she's doing the mommy's job. And she's got a youngster as well, a Masangita. I don't know where's Masangita. Maybe he's running around, roaming here somewhere. As you know, that these cubs are full of beans at the moment. They're all over the show. So it's just only two cubs, or three cubs that's out. The two of Intima's and, of course, Corky's or Koa. That's only two. Only three cubs that's out at the moment. I haven't seen the others yet.
It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole. WildEarth's weekend at the Waterhole is going to be epic, and we want to make sure that you are kitted out for the occasion. We've launched some wonderful merchandise just for you. Are you a dam cam lover? Find these and more on our website. So get your snacks ready, put your feet up, and join us for a weekend at the Waterhole.
As I say, that is Masangita that's sitting at the den side. So Okaukuejo just went past me now. That is Corky's youngster, I think. Oh. As I looked down, I've got a cub staring at me at the footwell, yeah. But, we're going to try and just going to stick around here and just see if we're going to get a little bit more activity from these cubs, and maybe an adult or two will come and join. But while we do that, let's head over to Ralph and see what's happening with these elephants.
Well, there is lots of fun and games here at the Waterhole. There's a bit of cat and mouse in the water. And I hope those hyenas don't bite Cedric's tires. They do like that rubber feeling in their teeth. And the trumpeting here. Lots more dust bathing after they swim. Incredible. Look how these have all stopped. Frozen. This big bull, I think is approaching here. Lots of communicating going on. Throwing sand up on the belly.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at a watering hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
Susie, good question. Elephants will trumpet for a number of reasons. Sometimes they trumpet just out of pure joy when they're playing around. Youngsters do it quite a lot. They can trumpet when they are stressed. For instance, when a male in must approaches a breeding herd and there's no sort of accepting females, there can be quite an aggressive response to that male, and a lot of trumpeting can ensue. Sometimes between different males that are chasing each other around. So it can be a happy or a very angry or a stressed trumpet. And if you really listen closely, you can tell the difference between them. But yeah, so it doesn't always mean that it's angry or aggressive. It can actually just be pure joy between youngsters. Very intelligent creatures with a very intricate language that we don't really understand. I'd say more complex than our simple languages. And they are able to communicate over much larger distances as well because of the low pitch sounds that they use. Kugi, yeah, the colors, you know, when you're in tropical areas, for me everything's green and it's very bland. You know, you think it's lush, it's awesome, okay, without flowers and things, but everything is green. Like the Okavango Delta, everything is green. But in the desert, the colors are just, yeah, I mean, you get the rocks and then especially sandwiched in with the sky around sunsets. In the middle of the day, obviously, everything does start to look a bit yellow and oranges, those colors like we're looking at now. But as the sun starts to dip, is the hours of just pure colors, from pink to blue to black to, you know, the yellows. It's just really, for me, the colors scream at you. Deserts and their colors. So, looks like we've got lots of action this afternoon. And from our swimming, dust-bathing elephants, let's head you on down back to the hyenas.
We've got, of course, Kira and Loki, two of the Tima's youngsters coming up to us. They are so inquisitive. I think Intima's cubs are the most inquisitive cubs out of all of them at this point in time. And Masangita, that's busy biting on the stick at the background there. Yeah. He's not the most curious one when it comes to the vehicles, but definitely Loki and Kira and Tima's cubs are very curious. Of course, Masangita, that's Swazi's cub, still very nervous. He's still kind of not the greatest when it comes to running around all over the den site or around the den site. He always stays very close to the area. I think Tima's now decided to rest there with the Kokoa. So that young one is the Corky's. Yep, that's Koa. That's Corky's cub. So Corky's, most of the time, she always comes back late afternoon towards to the den site itself. So I'm hoping that those hyenas, the mothers, have got a nice feed and their bellies are full, and they can come back and the little ones can nurse once again a nice rich milk from their moms. And as you know, the hyenas, so you find like leopard and lion cubs, they nurse up to about 6-7 weeks, sometimes can go to 8 weeks from a mom, but hyenas can go up to 18 months. They can nurse from the mom for 18 months. So they definitely get enough calcium and enough nutrients into their system for them to grow nice and strong, just like the rest of the clan members. And then, yes, definitely, hyenas do come in different colors. You look at Swazi now, which we're looking at now. Swazi is her and her sister in Ndebele are very light hyenas, very, very light hyenas. I mean, it's they got that like kind of a light not even a tawny, a very light tawny color to them. Even their spots is not so prominent. Where you'll look at somebody like Corky, Intima, Intima means dark. Intima and Corky are very much of a golden color with more prominent spots on them. So yes, they do all come with different colors. I think also comes through with the genes, genetics as well. So it's like, same as us. Some of us have got light hair, some has got dark hair. Some male lions have got dark manes, some ginger manes, some blonde manes. So it's all genetic. And leopards, so yeah, they all come in different, not like completely different colors. Not like they're coming in pink and purple and all that. But it's still just really much a slight change in their colorations between each individual. And that's all Loki, the little Tima's cub. One of our mechanics for the Land Rover. Yep, is going back under the landy to do some repairs.
We want to make it even easier for you to interact with our guides whilst watching WildEarth. When you see a QR code like this pop up on your screen, then open your phone camera, point it at the code, and you will be taken directly to our question page. Simple as that. Then you can let us know what you want to see, ask questions, and much more.
I've had it before where I've been walking and the waterbucks jumped out of the grass. It's quite a frightening experience.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Yeah, so pretty much your hyenas is just one of your most, I can say, successful predators around here. And of course, they really are scavengers and hunters both ways. And well, the hyena clan here, Juma, I mean, I'm sure they'd bring down their own animals and, of course, scavenge as well quite a bit. But hyenas do hunt as well, if they got the opportunity. But anyway, while we continue sitting here at the Juma clan, let's head over to Chris in Pridelands and see what he's got to show everybody.
All right, we've walked into that block where those buffaloes, they started to move. We went back to the previous spot and we went around and approached from the other side. We only got a brief visual of a few, but we can hear the rest of the herd around as well. And it's getting relatively dense there where they are moving into. They are moving towards the road. Actually, where our car is at the moment. I can hear a whole bunch of them here as well. That might actually even be an elephant, the one we hear there. It sounds like more branches breaking. I only saw 2 bulls moving there. And let's investigate. Just be careful of this here. Let's just go check if we can't see anything further. Wind is in our favor. Yeah, I can see some of them moving there. Okay, you can just see the tails lashing in the distance. And as you can see, that's dense stuff. We're not going to be getting any closer in that stuff. That will be suicidal. I was really hoping that they'll move more onto this plateau behind us, which is very open, where we could see here our visibility in places are about 30 meters or less, especially if we move in there. Either Ryan wants to know if buffalo can smell predators from afar, and Ryan, yes, but they will need to be downwind from the predator. So if the wind is blowing from the predator to the buffalo, they can smell them very far. Remember, scent are just particles. They cannot miraculously travel. They need a vector of movement like wind to carry them. I wonder if this is not an elephant. Let's check. Let's check. Because remember, there was an elephant with this herd. A young bull. And the herd is now moving that way.
I still can't believe the amount of Oxpeckers on this poor hippopotamus. It's almost more Oxpecker than skin at the moment. They do seem to be retreating now it's heading into the water. Maybe that's what you should have done first there. Wow, they really are. That was an effective method there, hippopotamus. Well done. And oh, they go.
Not sure what this is. Okay, we can investigate if we can get closer to these things. In the meantime, let's go back to Cedric, who's made his way to the hyena den.
Yes, Chris, just be vigilant there. All the best on your bushwalk. Sounds very exciting. But yeah, we are still sitting here at the Juma clan, still watching Masangita, and it looks like Loki that's busy playing in the background. And Masangita is quite a little, how can I say, naughty one. It keeps on biting the others like ankles and going for like the and trying to make them fall over. So he's becoming a little naughty boy, that. But yeah, very nice to see this. And one day these hyena cubs are going to be absolutely phenomenal hunters and scavengers. As you know, you always see the Juma clan with their full bellies. And they work so well. I mean, if there's a carcass somewhere and there's a lioness or two that's sitting on that carcass, one thing about hyenas, if one hyena finds those lionesses with that carcass, they'll start calling each other, and you'll get that typical woo, real hooping, and eventually the other clan members will join in, and then they're so persistent to chase and push those lions off a carcass. So, especially the Juma clan, that's becoming such a large clan, slowly but surely, it's definitely a clan to not to mess with around here on Juma. Of course, that's Koa that's now just coming to the fold in as well. Zane, the sub-adult hyena. If I looked at, for instance, the other day, I found a heart cub, Mbilu, and they're around about 7 months now? 8 months? 9 months? 8 months? And they traveled great distance. I just want to double check on that. And they were seen quite far away from the den site itself. We've actually found Mbilu and Ribbon's 2 cubs the other day on Weaver's Nest and by themselves. And that was, give and take, the crow's fly from their den was about, I'd say 200 meters, maybe even more. So they can travel far if they want to. Then they'll start investigating, start exploring the areas, but they can become very vulnerable at that time. You can imagine a big male leopard, if there's no adult around and a big male leopard has to come through, or even lions, that cub is definitely going to be caught wanting at that point of time, and that's going to be very, not good. Could end up detrimental for the youngster. So, for the sub-adult. So yeah, they can start venturing out quite far, and eventually they'll start Mbili will start moving off with the heart and Corky, with the aunts and with the clan members, and that could happen very, very soon. And as you know, hyenas can walk great distances at night. They can cover extreme kilometers at night time if they need to. Sometimes they'll even go into other clan members' territories to assist other clan members if need be. So sometimes you'll find clan members actually amalgamate. Oh, here comes talking about a clan member, here comes one now. It looks like Ndebele is, sorry, looks like Ndebele is approaching us now, as we're talking about some of the clan members. So this is, of course, Swazi's sister. Am I right? Yeah. Tall chicken, yeah. No, I'm wrong, is she? What am I talking about? Looks like quite far from me. So we're actually talking about Mbili. So this is Hart's cub. Oh, bad. This is Hart's cub. This is Mbili. This is the one I was talking about now. That it's starting to venture out quite far away from there is. It's amazing. Actually, I was talking about this youngster, and all of a sudden she appears. Thank you for your appearance, Mbili. I haven't seen her mom for a while, or Hart herself. Of course, she's one of the matriarchs of the clan, of the Juma clan. It looks so big from far off, eh? Just shows you she's growing up quite rapidly.
We protect and reconnect nature across southern Africa. We bring countries together to care for wild spaces that stretch beyond borders. We protect and restore biodiversity. We prioritize the people living in these landscapes, enabling them to thrive in harmony with nature. We are restoring tomorrow.
It's amazing how much I enjoy all Mbili coming into this side, coming into the den site. But yes, anyway, I think we got to start moving from this den site as the other vehicles want to start approaching. So let's head over to Lauren. I think she's got some spots of her own.
Oh, I wouldn't worry, Cedric. Rusty has been chewed up long ago by those hyenas. We got lucky. It was my first sighting to call in on the radio, so feeling very proud. Now, it is a long-distance visual, I'm afraid, but they will get up. We do have Mama and her two little mupping pans, and they will move. And of course, when they move, we'll be able to follow them. But for now, we will just have to settle with this long-distance visual. And we got super lucky. I don't know what made us look down here. We were actually looking at eland and zebra, and then they just decided they didn't want to be on camera, so we started moving, and lo and behold. See, now you would never spot that, I don't think. What do you think, Dav?
Nope.
Nah, I would not spot them now. But when they've got their heads up, you would. And Cheetahs are diurnal, but it just shows you they'll also rest during the day. And I have a funny feeling they're a little bit more nocturnal here, or at least heavily crepuscular, just because of the circumstances. And that's one thing I always like to reiterate, is that it's not the exact same across the board. So when you get asked, how often do hyenas hunt and how often do they scavenge? It's not the same across the board in different environments, different habitats, different countries, or how heavy is an elephant's tusk? It's different across the board. It really depends on so many factors, and the main sort of influencers are the environment. And here, there are no other predators. And I did get a message from one of you the other day saying, but I thought there were lions. Yes, in the other territory. Amakhala is split into 3 areas that are not connected. They are each fenced. And right now we're in the Carnarvondale territory, and it's across the highway. It's a little bit further away. It takes a bit to get here, but this is really cheetah land. And they are the apex predators here. Whereas when we go over to the main territory where we live, that's where the lions are. They had to sadly separate the lions and the cheetah because the lions decimated the cheetah population. So I think here they've sort of shifted, they've adapted, they've molded into their environment, and their environment is there really is no other predator to compete with. Yes, jackals will come and try to steal a kill. I'm sure brown hyenas will too. Yes, there will be altercations, but no other apex predator, at least of the mammal kind. So I think these guys have sort of shuffled a little bit, and they've adapted to those Ravi always loves to come to me when the sun is right in my face, so I shall close my eyes. And I think they've shifted a little bit. That's just my gut feeling. So they will rest more during the day because it's absolutely freezing at night. So it makes sense for them to be active during the night and use those muscles, generate some heat, and just stay warm. It's much warmer to walk at night time. We walk back from our vehicle where we park it, and by the time we get to camp, we've generated a little bit of heat. Okay, we lose it rather quickly, but it's far more beneficial for a mammal like that to keep warm at night time by moving rather than just staying in one cold place and letting the wind hit you. But I could be wrong. We need to spend more time with these guys. But Mama, where were you this morning? I'm talking to you.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose. Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited safari guide training with courses tailored for the African safari lodge industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity.
You can see it's just almost like the Maasai Mara or the Serengeti. Is so open. Really is perfect territory for cheetah. And here we have the queen, the prince, and the princess. That's a cuddle puddle for sure. A really sporty cuddle puddle. Okay, we are definitely going to sit here because it took us long enough to find them, and we're going to send you guys over to Ralph with a big buffalo herd on Juma.
Well, the buffalo are making their way down towards the water, and I'm pretty sure they're coming in for a drink. How long that takes them, is anyone's guess. It seems they are grazing as they're moving through, so they're not in a big hurry, but it does seem a little bit fast there. Let me slow that down. It seems it won't be too long, and they'll be at the Waterhole. Because let me zoom out for you, just so that you can see where they are. They're just behind the dam wall and making their way down. That characteristic auk-like call of theirs. That's always what you pick up first. And of course the oxpeckers that accompany them. Scanning through, just trying to see how many there are. There's a lot through the thickets there, so it's a big herd. At the Okaukuejo Waterhole, gone a little bit quiet there. All the elephants have had their drink and now off they've gone. So it's actually empty at the moment, apart from a few birds coming in to drink. And there was some gemsbok or oryx there a little bit earlier as well. They've left. There was springbok, zebra. So pretty quiet now. So the Juma Waterhole is going to be the busiest shortly. All right, so let's hope that they make their way down. Not too long, but I hear Tessa, who had some mechanical issues, she's back on the road.
I think we have two separate herds of buffalo on the property because the other herd was going south towards Twin Dams and there was a herd at Gowrie Dam this morning. So maybe we've got two different herds interacting. But anyway, I've gone from something very big to very small, clearly. I've got some dwarf mongooses that are living in a pushed over tree up on quarantine. And I'm so happy to be back out and about again. Wendy gave us a little bit of a fright there, but she is all doctored up and ready to go with a brand new starter motor. So we're out and about, and Panda now are ready to rumble and bumble. But I always love a good dwarf mongoose sighting, so I figured this is a great way to restart my afternoon. I was really starting to worry that maybe I'm wearing some unlucky pants, because it's the first time I've worn these pants on safari, and then, you know, Wendy decides to splutter a little bit. But no, Opa to the rescue, we're all good. So I'll try the pants again another day and see if the same thing happens. If it does, they are going to be thrown out. But you can see these dwarf mongooses are quite spread out between a few of the different trees up here on quarantine, and this is pretty normal. They're busy in their foraging stage at the moment. It's starting to get cold, which means they're going to start coming back towards the communal den soon, to the colony, the termite mound, and the fallen over tree. It's probably a combination of both. But for now, they're kind of spread out and foraging, occasionally grooming each other, popping up onto some higher vantage points to have a look out for predators, and just moving along. So I think the different points where they would be living at this point. So remember, dwarf mongooses will have multiple exits in case they are foraging and need to make a quick exit. Would be this fallen log that you can see on the front left. Oh, DJ, thank you so much. They're very cute mongooses, and thank you for welcoming me back. There's also a fallen log over there. So there you can see a dwarf mongoose sitting on that fallen tree. So probably around the base of that tree. And then further to the right here, there's a reddish looking termite mound. And I think that that is also potentially one of their dens. And then back right as well, the one you can see in the back of the frame, there's a dwarf mongoose there as well. And it's actually in the entrance. They're in between the trees. So that's probably a combination of 3 or 4 different spots here that they can use quite readily at any point to quickly escape danger, but also sun themselves and make sure that their little ones are kept safe.
It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole. WildEarth's weekend at the Waterhole is going to be epic, and we want to make sure that you are kitted out for the occasion. We've launched some wonderful merchandise just for you. Are you a dam cam lover? Find these and more on our website. So get your snacks ready, put your feet up, and join us for a weekend at the Waterhole.
You can see it's clearly time for a bit of investigation. This mongoose is very interested in the smells around the base of the termite mound. Oh, big stretch. Wow. That looked really fun. You might also find it's doing a bit of scent marking at the same time. And there's quite a few different little ones that are hopping in and out. So it is a hello crowned lapwing. It is luckily that time of the day where everything is starting to slow down a bit, so animals are starting to absorb the sun a bit more. So they're kind of staying out and about in areas where they can warm up before the cold night. And I just love dwarf mongooses. To me, there's not much better than a good dwarf mongoose sighting. I do love meerkats as well, so I'm very jealous that Lauren got to see some earlier. I was hoping to see some in Addo last week with my family, but alas, maybe next time I'll get lucky. But speaking of, it sounds like Lauren is still with her cheetah, so I'm going to send you over to her, and I am going to make my way down towards that male lion to see if he's still there.
I would be jealous of me if I wasn't here, if that makes any sense. Davy and I are having the most incredible sightings, from the secretary bird nesting, to getting to know this cheetah family, to the meerkats that we've just found, the yellow mongoose den. So many things. And the other day I got asked quite an interesting question, and it was something along the lines of, how do they find each other? And it's a good question, because how do they find each other? I mean, humans struggle with that because we live in such a interconnected world. I mean, we link up with friends just on WhatsApp or Facebook or Skype, whatever you use. And it's easy. We don't have to locate one another. We don't have to find one another in a vast open space. Yet animals do. They do have to find one another, and they do locate one another. So how do they do that? I don't believe cheetahs have got WhatsApp yet. Maybe it's on the horizon, but you know. So basically, cheetahs follow their noses. It's simple. And they don't stay in one place at a time. I mean, this family we've got here, we've spotted all over this part of the reserve. So there's a really good example that I wanted to share with you. I have shared it in the past, but there's a fantastic example of a coalition of 3 boys, and you are going to chuckle at the names, but I'm sure they were called Legolas, Gimli, and Aragorn. I was a massive Aragorn fan, by the way. Yes, #Strider. Anyway, they never ever strayed very far from each other. They were always in an area. They were a tight coalition of about 300 feet of one another. But at one point, my boy Aragorn broke away. And he spent the next 31 days, an entire month, wandering completely on his own, miles and miles away. And yet they met up. How? how did he find these boys again? And it said, I think they were collared or they were tracked, but a day before they met up, the animals were still 9 miles apart. 9 miles, can you imagine that? So Aragorn basically looped around the area a couple of times, so he's searching. And he seemingly met them at a random spot. He just bumped into them. But it can't be that he bumped into them. And this was also surprising for science because it was thought that cheetah males in a coalition don't spend that long apart, it's 1 or 2 days apart. So when you think of a cheetah's vocalization, it's very soft. It's not like a lion. It's chirpy. It's not very loud. It doesn't project. So they weren't using audio. Eyesight, yes, they have great eyesight, but not that great. Not miles and miles apart across different terrains. So, of course, it comes down to the fact that it's their nose. It was also calculated that I think the chance of animals randomly meeting or something like that was less than 1%. So they ruled out all possibilities, and it was the smell. They are able to sort of smell it. That's why these animals scent mark, to communicate. It's not just a female in estrus saying, hey guys, I'm here, I'm in estrus. All sorts of communications and communicating about their whereabouts. They need to be able to locate one another. It's believed that it wasn't chance, but I guess maybe in some level it could be chance. But that Aragorn found his buddies, Legolas and Gimli, through his nose. He navigated his way back and figuring out their cues. So if he smells a scent that's very, very old, he'll know that it's old. So he'll know that they're not in the immediate area. And he's got to keep looping around and going in different directions until he picks up their scent again. And I just find that absolutely mind-blowing. And these cheetahs that we're looking at will do the exact same. So they don't spend much time apart right now, but when they do, they're going to follow their noses.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at a watering hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
I think there's a lot of grooming going on over there. Come on, you guys, and a roly-poly. Oh, cute. Pauline, you're saying these cheetahs know this lighting suits them, don't they just? They're fabulous. I also love just how habituated they are. They're really relaxed, they're easy to spend time with. Mama's comfortable, she's also strong, independent. They're just fantastic. You can get pretty close to them, we just don't off-road. We have a body sitting up. This is good news. This could mean movement shortly. So as we wait patiently, we're going to send you guys over to Cedric, who's at Chitwa Chitwa.
Yes, we are definitely at one of our favorite waterholes here in the northern Sabi Sands. We are sitting at Juma, Chitwa Dam. A beautiful water body. There's absolutely so much life happening here. Great bird activity. As you can see, we are sitting and watching a striated heron, also known as a little heron, or mangrove heron, or a green-backed heron. So this is one of the smallest herons that we have around here, about a 44 centimeter tall heron. And of course, using this water weeds just to kind of settle on, and what it does, it'll just wait and see if we can pick up on any movement from fish, aquatic insects, frogs, so anything like that it'll feed on. And sometimes they even use bait. So what they'll do is actually sometimes they'll drop like a little feather or a leaf on the water, and they'll wait for that fish to come up, thinking it might be something for the fish to eat, and then the next moment that striated heron will snatch that fish and we'll have a nice meal. Very, very cute. And they are incredible quick strikers. So if you really watch them sometimes, some days you can just sit and watch these herons fishing. And when they do strike, it is so quick. You have to get it in slow-mo. And you can also hear a lot of African jacanas making a noise. They've got also quite a bit of the red-billed buffalo weavers. Had a fish eagle coming close past here not long ago. Well, I think that fish eagle has disappeared. As you can see there, we've got a beautiful African jacana. Look at those toes. So long toes. Very much built and adapted to walk on her water lilies and this water weeds. So ideal. So if it wasn't for this water weeds, I don't think we'll get all these African jacanas here, because that is their main thing, their main purpose on how to catch those little insects and walking on top of these weeds and lilies. And I mean, it seems like this water weed is slowly but surely disappearing. I think because of the winter, maybe it is struggling through this cold weather. But it's still quite a bit, as you can see now, as we pan or zoom in or out. We can still see quite a bit of the weeds still sitting on the one side of the dam. Oh, and a beautiful hippo yawning, a youngster. Not many teeth in that mouth as for yet. But I'm sure sooner or later it'll get those nice big teeth. But yeah, of course, the hippos love this little area. I think where these hippos are situated at this point in time must be quite a high bank under the water.
WildEarth have really inspired me to return to South Africa after having followed so many beautiful characters. This ticket to dream has given me a great opportunity to meet the WildEarth team, which I thank. They're all amazing. Well, I love all of the characters, but I do have a particular passion for leopards. It's a dream, and as I said before, I just keep on pinching myself. Am I really here?
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
Yes, and I know there's that one crake species that we get around this water areas as well. I've seen it once here. It is the black crake. And usually it's on the southern side, the southwestern side of this dam. So I'm going to take a look there just now to see if we can spot that beautiful black crake. Well, we're going to be sitting here and just continue enjoying and reflecting on today. Let's head over to Ralph as he is reflecting on the dam.
Nice big herd this. Just so you can get an impression of the size of it. There's a lot of them. Let's go in and have a look at some of the individuals. Nice little baby there. Yeah, a lot the light brown color when they're very young, and then obviously turn black when they're older. Probably more ticks on a little youngster like that. All that hair. Nice lineup. A couple of youngsters sandwiched in the middle. Oh, what spooked them? Lily Pan, yeah, that's a good question. And if we look at buffalo, yes, lighter. And then they go darker when they're older. Giraffe as well. They go darker when they're older. Elephants. Yeah, I think also they would be a little bit lighter. They're brown color also. What else we got? I think like with cheetah, they're darker actually, and they go lighter as they get older, as they're sort of honey badger mimicking when they're first born. So they're a bit of an exception. With lions, also a little bit darker and they go lighter. But yeah, obviously when they get much older, then they get the big manes and so on. But just in their general color. The antelope. Yeah, I think you could almost say that that's correct, lighter and then going darker. I suppose you can also say that for humans, especially if you're in the sun a lot. I like going in and getting these faces drinking.
Hi, I am David. I come to you live from the Mara Triangle, all the way from Kenya.
This is not a postcard. This is real sunrise in the beautiful Maasai Mara.
Here on WildEarth, we love it when you interact with our guides while they are live. In order to do this, you must head over to wildearth.tv/questions and submit your questions, comments, and suggestions. Simple as that. And to make it even simpler, from time to time, you will see a QR code on your screen. Open your camera phone and scan this code, and it will take you straight to where you need to be. We look forward to answering your questions on this channel. Now, Sam, the size of a buffalo when it's born.
Now, let's see something that we can compare it to. It's a rather large dog when it's born. So, I don't know what dogs you've got, Sam, or dogs that you know of. But if we could say, what else can we compare it to? The size of a medium-sized bicycle. Medium-sized kid's bike, like a mountain bike. So they're quite big. So I would say that if you've got a bicycle, it will be similar to the size of your bicycle. If that makes sense, Sam. Aha, so the Big Five safari might be completing today. Who knows? We've got the elephants, we've got the buffalo, and Tess has got a lion.
Same ones that have turned north.
Thank you very much.
So it seems like there is so much action today. We are sitting with the S8 in Bali male, and he has just lifted his head because a hyena is walking past in the distance. I've got someone asking about a herd of buffalo, so excuse me for a second while I give an update on the radio as soon as these ones are done chatting. So when you do hear me talking about buffalo, that's why I'm doing it. But for now, he's just watching the hyena idling past, and it looked like it might have been the one that came from the Elephant Plains clan, the male that migrated over here. I know Michael Fleetwood was posting pictures of him earlier with a nice ID kit. Well, you will also see another vehicle, potentially just now, but you can hear them, definitely. So keep talking, don't worry. We're used to it. So that's the chatting you can hear in the background. Of course, everyone's very excited to see a male lion. Now, he's just turned around. He was facing towards us, but very flat. And then as soon as the hyena came close, he lifted his head.
Yes, I got them, on
Oof. Absolutely brilliant. I'm wondering if that hyena's going to edge closer. When we arrived, there was actually a black-backed jackal as well. But it kind of scampered off as soon as we came in. So they're very, very shy animals, which means they don't often stick around for long. So I was very happy with the sighting I got yesterday. There's the hyena. I can just see its ears now walking along. It does look like that Elephant Plains male. Very light in colour, similar to Swazian and Ndebele in colour, even Sotho. But it's right through the back of the trees, and so he's just slowly facing himself towards the hyena, letting him know that he knows. He knows that the hyena's here. Dion, come in. Go ahead, Matt. A firm sounds like Buffels Hook cut line, just to the west of Cheetah cut line on the boundary.
Do you know what the general direction is of the
No idea, I'm so sorry. So they've just managed to find wild dogs on Buffels Hook cut line. I have no idea. I know it was Aubrey that was in the area. No worries, Dion, come in. So everybody's obviously very excited to be on Juma because we had the buffalo herd.
Channel 1 speak to them.
Copy, thanks, no worries. And so with potentially 2 herds of buffalo, now wild dogs on the northern boundary, the male lion, the hyena den, all of this action that is happening. You can imagine it's a very popular place to be. We are very lucky to call this home, hey Panda? Panda's had the biggest smile on his face the entire day. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait a minute before we reposition, because chances are the hyena's going to lose interest really soon. Male lion's going to fall back down and go straight back to sleep. And then we can reposition based on that. But if he does stay with his head up, then what we can do is we can move around to the other side and hopefully get a view of his face. But I don't think he'll be up in that position for too long as it sits right now.
The Maasai Mara in Kenya, a remote landscape where wilderness reigns. Its inspirational beauty captivates the hearts of many around the world. This year, from August, WildEarth is leading a number of unique expeditions to follow Africa's greatest wildebeest migration here in the Maasai Mara. And now, the remaining places have been discounted by 20%. Head over to our website to find out. Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited safari guide training with courses tailored for the African safari larger industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity.
So we've just been appreciating that there's still quite a bit of meat on that carcass and that he's looking awfully clean for somebody who's had such a big meal. His mane is glowing, his face is clean. The only difference is that he's covered in flies. Can't be very comfortable. But we are potentially going to go around to the other side, see if we can get a nice shot of his face. And hopefully we'll be able to see some of that golden light on him. But we're going to send you over to Lauren in the meantime, who is still with her beautiful cheetahs at Amakhala, while we appreciate the big boy.
Okay, you should have me back now. Not quite sure what happened there. Jared, do you copy me? Yes, you do. So yes, I cannot remember what I was just saying, but never mind. S8 mail, that's what I was saying. Thank you, Davi. He was listening. See, it's amazing, the changes over time. It wasn't so long ago since I was on Juma, and he wasn't really planting his paws so much. Now they keep getting up, our little cuddle puddle of cheetahs, and then they plop back down again. But they are scanning, and I'm also scanning just to see what sort of antelopes we have around. What do they hunt? What do they don't? I don't know. There are some red hartebeest in the distance, far, far in the distance. Black wildebeest. Don't see the springbokies yet. But we actually have been getting asked quite a lot, what is the most common antelope that we see here? And I thought, right, I don't know the answer. I think it was just a loose connection. Yes, and I found out. So the two most common antelopes across all three territories are red hartebeest and impala. And I'm shocked at that because we just don't see that much impala. We don't see impala on this side. I don't think we do. But on the main territory we do, but not that many. But then, of course, Davi and I have only explored a fraction of this property. Amakhala is so vast, it's so big, 8,605 hectares. So it makes sense that I wouldn't have actually seen all the impala. But yes, there you go, most common antelopes, and it's done by game count. It's as accurate as it can be. Red hartebeest and impala. I now have the answer.
It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole. WildEarth's weekend at the Waterhole is going to be epic, and we want to make sure that you are kitted out for the occasion. We've launched some wonderful merchandise just for you. Are you a dam cam lover? Find these and more on our website. So get your snacks ready, put your feet up, and join us for a weekend at the Waterhole.
White mane. Good question, but again, I'm not sure I could entirely answer that because slightly different social structure, different behaviors, different sort of survival strategies. I mean, for a male, it doesn't always form a coalition. Now, he absolutely can, and he will if he sort of finds the right brothers, but you normally find in cheetah, you will have the territorial ones, but you'll also have what they term the floaters. And the floaters seem to be, I guess, nomads, if you like, and they have a completely different spatial tactics. So the floaters will sort of roam over vast areas, and then you get the territory holders who will really heavily scent mark and defend an area. So slightly different from lions, but I would say lions definitely would have a bigger territory than a cheetah. Lion coalitions can get quite substantial in size, up to 8, although that's not the norm. And of course, they reside over numerous prides. So I think it would depend on the area, again, circumstantial, but I would say that lions probably have bigger territories than do cheetahs. And of course, the cheetah population is crashing. I mean, there was a statistic not so long ago that in Kenya, cheetahs are now found in about 23% of their historical range. That's less than a quarter. That's very sad. So I am going to go with lions, white mane, but great question, and I do think it is sort of area dependent as well. I mean, if you're in a game reserve that's got a fence, the territory is going to be different from when you're in an area where it's completely wild. You think of the Sabi Sands, the fences towards the Kruger got dropped, and therefore it's open to the Kruger, so animals really can roam. But here on Carnarvondale, it's quite a mouthful, it's completely fenced. Okay, I am hoping my kitties are going to get up soon. But talking of lions, we are going to send you over to that S8 male.
Oh, thank you, Lauren, and how perfect it is to be chatting about it when you have cheetahs and I have a lion. Is that how it came about? It's a very interesting discussion. I am very excited that you have some cheetahs to show everybody. So yes, I tend to agree with Lauren that a lion's territory would be bigger than a cheetah's, purely because lions have to move further, they have to eat more. And so I suppose in that sense they would need more resources, where a cheetah doesn't. A cheetah can eat smaller things, can drink less water, and so it doesn't have to move as far to find food. But that being said, there are cheetahs that are nomadic. So it would also differ between male and female cheetahs, between areas, just like it would for lions, though, I suppose. You'll find nomadic young male lions that haven't found a territory yet because they're too young, or very old ones as well. You'd find it would be different between somewhere like the Maasai Mara or the Serengeti compared to here as well, because the area is so much bigger, so much more open, so the habitat offers different things. But in general, I would think, especially in these kinds of areas, a proper territory, lion would probably have a bigger one. That being said, the cheetahs that we tend to see in the Sabi Sands move incredibly far distances at times. So again, is it independent of species and more, individual? Maybe. But in general, I would think a lion would have a bigger territory. Cheetahs might not be as strictly territorial. They might just move wherever they need to go. But it is a fascinating topic. I think this particular area, because it's so poor for cheetahs, when I say poor, I don't mean they can't survive. I mean there's so many lions, leopards and hyenas that it would be tough for them to really establish themselves fully here. I think they would have to move a little bit more, because they would move in relation to the other predators' populations, their dynamics. So it would be quite tough for them here. But I suppose if you went to the Serengeti, there's a lot more cheetahs there. It would be a bit easier for them to hold a territory without having to move if the other dynamics change of the other predators. So you can see, talking about this big male lion, that his belly looks a little different to what it did this morning. Don't you agree? Panda actually pointed it out to me just now, and I'm very happy that he noticed. His belly earlier looked like he had eaten an adult buffalo, let alone a calf. Now it looks like he's eaten a calf. So just in the few hours from this morning to now, he's done some impressive digestion, and his body has been working extremely hard to make that happen. And he is looking a little bit more slim. So I think he's probably a smidge more comfortable with lying on his side than he was earlier, because it looked like his skin was going to pop right off of his stomach this morning. But that being said, he's still hot. Have a look at how he's panting.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at a watering hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
Sammy, a brilliant question. Yes, they can get diseases from ticks and parasites and insects and things like that. The more common thing for lions would be something like bovine tuberculosis, for example. And that is something that they can get from eating infected buffaloes, so buffaloes that have TB. They can also get muscular disorders, so where their muscular kind of structure starts to deteriorate. But also things like what we would call biliary in dogs and cats, so something like tick bite fever in humans. They can get different diseases from different parasites. But that being said, I mean, remember that lions are incredibly strong. They're incredibly resilient. And so it's a natural process. It's a natural way of animals naturally being sorted into the fittest, the survival of the fittest. That's where natural selection comes from. Only the fittest animals will survive. But, I mean, I suppose if we're looking at it from the perspective of this male lion, he's very prone to the possibility of an infected insect or buffalo or something coming into his path. Whether or not it actually affects him will be a little bit dependent on his immune system as well. I wouldn't think he has too much to worry about. I know we were chatting about Blondie the other day, because Blondie, we know, has lost a bit of condition. Everyone's saying 20 hours a day is too easy. Goodness gracious. Everybody, are you a world of nappers? Oh my goodness. I wake up, if I sleep too much, I wake up feeling like super fuzzy, like my head is heavy, like I've wasted my whole day. I don't know if anyone else feels that way. Is it only me? I think because we're so used to the bush, we wake up so early every morning. If I sleep late, my late is maybe 7 a.m., maximum 8 a.m. if I'm like feeling a bit unwell. I could never sleep for 20 hours of a day, not even if I had, well, maybe if I caught a weird disease from a parasite. Or maybe if I ate a whole buffalo calf, I might feel that way. I might be forced to do that if I ate a whole buffalo calf. So I can understand why he's doing it. But I don't know if I'd be able to do it. And especially I would not be able to do it with that amount of flies on me. There is no way I could tolerate that. He is literally crawling with flies right from his shoulder down to his hip, because they're gaining moisture from his skin as he's sweating. Fred, absolutely. It is one of those very special talents that most wild animals have, even I suppose domesticated ones, is this ability to listen while they're sleeping. So as much as he is having a very, very good rest, which he needs to help with that digestive process, he will be listening at the same time, and he can also pick up on scents. He might pick up on movements, but he's most likely to pick up on things using his ears. So that's why just now he was dead sleeping, and all of a sudden he had sat up and was looking straight in the direction of where the hyena was. We hadn't actually noticed the hyena until he looked up. So he heard a tiny movement, probably 20 meters away from him, and immediately sat up because he knew something was close by. So as much as he looks dead asleep, do not be fooled. If I was to get out the vehicle now and put one foot on the ground, he would have a reaction. So he doesn't mind the vehicle moving because he's used to that sound, but he knows and he's very in tune to specific sounds, and that would be things like little branches breaking, grass moving, from the sound of feet, not necessarily tires. So it would be a very different world. Yeah, Matt, I've got your audio. Keep coming north towards quarantine and you'll see the 2-track on your western side, your left-hand side. So I'm just helping Matt get into the sighting. Oh, my goodness. Could you sleep for 20 hours, Panda?
I can't.
No. You can't even sleep for 7. So I think Panda and I both have had very bad insomnia in our lifetimes. I used to be so bad that I used to stay up until about 2:30 in the morning, and then I'd be up at 4:30 for work, for safari. I just couldn't sleep. I would feel tired and fatigued, but I could not for the life of me sleep. I used to have to put white noise on in the background just to try at some times, you know. But luckily that phase mostly grew out of me.
We want to make it even easier for you to interact with our guides whilst watching WildEarth. When you see a QR code like this pop up on your screen, then open your phone camera, point it at the code, and you will be taken directly to our question page. Simple as that. Then you can let us know what you want to see, ask questions, and much more.
I've had it before where I've been walking and the waterbucks jumped out of the grass. It's quite a frightening experience.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Well, it's almost, I'm starting to make a repeater here. But this is again a stunning sunset here at Pridelands after another very busy afternoon. And Gert's just capturing it like a boss. I got a little story to tell you. On our way back from that buffaloes, we headed back to the car and we were already about 30 meters from the car. We could see the car. And we all had a very, very, very big fright. There was a buffalo bull lying in the grass. About 20 meters from us, we didn't see. And suddenly this guy just rose up. And it gave us all a very big fright. We did not expect that. But he just ran away a little bit, turned back and looked at us, and we obviously just extracted. I'll tell you one thing, I haven't had a fright like that in ages. It's just sort of like, you know, you're already back at the car, and we all laughed after us. Luckily I was not live because there was, I think I invented a few new words there. But anyway, all good. It just shows you need to be sharp in the bush. Never let your guard down, even when you're close to the car. Back to the sunset. Everybody's saying Gert's getting very artistic there. There's a comment from John who says this is a beautiful sight. And is that the mountain or is it clouds that the sun is disappearing behind? I think it's a combination of both. I don't see any other clouds, but there might be some clouds over the mountain. Let me just see. Looks like it's the mountain, yeah. That's going to be very pretty. Give it another minute. It's going to be pretty. Yeah, see, it is a combination. I can see some clouds there as well. So it's a bit of the mountain and a bit of clouds. It is clouds. Because you can actually see the sun protruding from below that cloud bank. That is very cool.
I still can't believe the amount of Oxpeckers on this poor hippopotamus. It's almost more Oxpecker than skin at the moment. They do seem to be retreating now. It's heading into the water. Maybe that's what you should have done first there. Wow, they really are. That's an effective method there, hippopotamus. Well done. And oh, they go.
That was yet again a perfect end of the day. Let's go over to Lauren now to see what's happening with her cheetahs.
Our cheetah and her cheetos have not done what I thought they would. They've lined up like little sausages, spotty sausages, and are just cuddling, really. It was very cute. They're very, very tactile, very cuddly, this trio. And I really thought they would be up by now. We don't stay with cheetahs at night, even although, we don't have infrared and we wouldn't spotlight them anyway. As you know, it starts getting quite dark just after 5:30, 5:45 here. So we haven't got too much longer with them. I'm glad we found them. I just thought they might have got up by now. And I'm checking every termite mound. We're looking for a highly mobile termite mound. But none of them are mobile right now. But that's okay, we're going to get it one day. Highly mobile termiteria. That is an aardvark, by the way, in case some of you think I've lost the plot. I lost the plot a long time ago, but it's an aardvark. Because from very far away, really, their body shape does look like a termite mound. And if it's not moving, you could easily drive past it. Of course, when it's moving, you start to think, what? How is that termite mound moving? And then you realize it's not a termite mound, it is an aardvark. So that's why I keep talking about highly mobile termite mounds. It's very cold and it's starting to get chilly. I'm definitely going to need to put my jacket and scarf on soon. But there are many aardvarks here. We see signs of them, and the guides talk about July being the best month for them. Johnny Bravo. Hello, Johnny Bravo. Didn't think I would ever talk to you. Not necessarily. It will be cold, but if cheetahs keep moving and keep those muscles warm, it won't be so difficult to accelerate, if that makes sense. If they've been very flat for a long time, it might be a little bit challenging for cheetahs to pick up speed because they're cold. But I honestly feel that these particular cheetahs will do a seasonal shift. Just like the animals do in the Sabi Sands as well, they also sort of shift their hours in summer and in winter. So I don't think the cold would really affect them too much. And it was once thought that cheetahs actually can overheat. But this was just another sort of myth that has since been debunked. They can't overheat. They don't overheat. That would be, well, terribly inconvenient if every single time you picked up some speed, you overheated. So it's not true. It's a misconception. They won't give up the chase because of heat. They give up the chase because it's either not worth it or they run out of stamina. Yes, they can run out of stamina, but they don't overheat. But they're actually showed to heat up more. They did a test on this because it's been a sort of myth for quite a while.
We protect and reconnect nature across southern Africa. We bring countries together to care for wild spaces that stretch beyond borders. We protect and restore biodiversity. We prioritize the people living in these landscapes, enabling them to thrive in harmony with nature. We are restoring tomorrow.
You can actually see Mom is the one with the collar, and she's right in the middle. She's got a cup on either side of her. Oh. Sadie, cheetahs can actually have up to 6 cubs, biologically. On average, it's far more common to have 4, but it's very often the case that she will have 4, but not all of them survive. I'm afraid they do have quite a high mortality rate, but cheetahs can have up to 6. You will often see cheetahs with more offspring than you would a leopard, if that makes sense. But obviously here, Mama's got 2. And they can have up to 6. You can start to feel the entire atmosphere around us changing. We're going into the twilight zone. The air feels different, the temperatures feel different. The sounds are different, the birds are giving their last calls. Oof. Many of you are saying you've fallen in love already. I hope so. Javi and I are really going to spend as much time as we can with this family. They're not always found. This morning we didn't find them. And it does take a little bit of a journey for us to get from our camp to here. But it's worth it. And the male cheetah we have here does occasionally, very occasionally interact with them. So let's just see in terms of light. I'm not sure how long we will have left with these cheetah, but we'll do our best. And for now, over to Ralph, who's in Namibia.
Well, thanks, Lauren. Yeah, I'm just scanning off in the distance here at Okaukuejo. And they have spotted a giraffe feeding on some of the acacia there. The Chilia, it's now called. It's quite far away because the waterhole is empty at the moment. No animals down there yet, but there are some springbok also making their way through. I'll just zoom back and see if we can see them. Starting to make your way down. Just scan across. Now a little bit quiet. After all the action we had with the elephants earlier, they've all disappeared. The ebbs and flow of the waterhole. Remember on this elephant path here, I previously watched a jackal that there was a whole pile of elephant dung, but it had been walked flat, reasonably flat, by the elephants themselves. But it made for a wonderful bed for the jackal. But he was in the elephant's pathway. So whenever the elephants would come down, he would run off, just get out the way, and then as soon as the elephants had passed, he was back on the pile of elephant dung. Made a lovely cushion. It was on this pathway here. Bailey, yes, definitely have a good chance of seeing predators here, and most common is lions. Spotted hyena, yes, we do see them, also hear them, but the most frequent is lions. I've actually seen lion kills here, a number of them, right at this waterhole. And we do finish a little bit early for the sunset in Namibia, but the mornings, I think we have a much better chance as they come for a drink before the sun comes up. So still dark in the morning here when we start the sunrise drive. So I will definitely be keeping my eye out. And if we get any lions coming down, which we will, I will be sure to show you.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose. Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited Safari Guide training with courses tailored for the African safari lodge industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity.
Morgan, it does that. Yeah, the desert in Namibia is incredible. It really does look like another planet. And this guy calling in the background, that is the crimson-breasted boo-boo, another part of his call. They do it, no, and then they've got this other call there. And you will hear similar where Lauren is down in Amakhala, but that's the southern boo-boo. It's one of the most common bird calls in the Eastern Cape, the southern boo-boo. And here also quite a common call, the crimson-breasted boo-boo. Oh, there's some springbok arriving. A little bit nervous on their own. Now, that log just up above where the springbok is, I've watched the lion come down. Obviously, she was on her own. She was obviously coming for a drink. And she snuck in behind that log. All the while, there was one oryx drinking where the springbok is, more or less. And off to its right was a whole bunch of springbok. So she went in down behind that exact log. And she was just lying there, but hiding herself. And suddenly, the springbok obviously got wind of the lion, and they bolted off to the right. But the oryx, just getting a fright, ran straight at the log. And the lion jumped out and grabbed it, and it was a big bull oryx or gemsbok. And she got it there next to the log. Then an almighty tussle ensued. At one stage, she threw, because she was on the back end, and you see those long horns of the oryx or gemsbok. It was trying to stab her with those, and she was on the hind quarter. At one stage, she threw it down that it hit the ground so hard it smashed off one of the oryx's horns. And these two carried on the fight that they continued with. It lasted between half an hour and 45 minutes. eventually, and she had been clawing and biting in at the back end of that gemsbok. Eventually, she actually dropped off and started vomiting. She was so tired. And the gemsbok was dragging itself with its front legs as its back end was knackered. It really wasn't good. It couldn't walk at the back. So it was trying to walk off towards the right. And with all of this noise, it attracted some hyenas. The female lion sort of got enough energy to sort of chase the hyenas away, and she kept this oryx next to the water here. And the hyena came and she just chased him off. And this continued for about an hour. And eventually, the oryx lay down and it went into darkness. She went in, she started to feed. And we heard her roaring in the night, and we heard a lot more lions coming. In the morning, there was nothing but blood. That was it. So it was a wonderful sighting. Anyway, that's one of the kills that I've seen. I've seen many more. But let's head you on over to Chris before the sun goes down.
We have still a little bit of the glow left. Not as intense as I would have wanted, but it's still very pretty nonetheless. Let's just have a bit of a quiet moment to just reflect on the day.
It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole. WildEarth's weekend at the Waterhole is going to be epic, and we want to make sure that you are kitted out for the occasion. We've launched some wonderful merchandise just for you. Are you a dam cam lover? Find these and more on our website. So get your snacks ready, put your feet up, and join us for a weekend at the Waterhole.
Red hartebeest. Ooh. They gave up. Those zebra and red hartebeest ran right into the cheetah. They didn't realize they were there. And there's a foal. There is a foal. I know it's getting dark, lack of light, long distance is not ideal, but every single one of those cheetahs were up. That happens very fast. I have to say, I think it was one of the cubs that maybe didn't quite get it right. Wow. There's no need to expend energy if it's not worth it. And they didn't. It wasn't going their way. They weren't going to be able to accelerate fast enough. Even although the red hartebeest walked right into them. Can't believe it. And they've just given up. And now we're grooming. Kalina, you would be surprised. Really, I think a lot of people underestimate cheetah. If you Google it, you can actually see cheetahs taken down, gemsbok, hartebeest, zebras. Not all, but you'd be surprised. And here, Mom's got two little helpers. So as soon as she jumps on the prey at that speed, there's a chance, well, it's a very high chance it's going to hit the ground. And then once you're on the ground, the cheetahs will get you. The zebras are You see the zebra stuff? Oh, that's a little one. It's a little one at the back. They've seen the cheetah, so... It's that little foal I'm worried about. Charles, I know. The antelope just came out from nowhere and immediately I knew what was going to happen because I could see the direction that their sort of trajectory, if you like. Oh, little foal, you are going to need to keep up with the adults here. I think they're just going to ignore the zebras. An adult zebra would probably be too big, but the smaller one, not so much.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at a watering hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
How are we doing for light, Dwarf?
Still okay.
Okay, we're still okay. Yes, Lulu, there are 4 cheetahs, male, female, and 2 cubs. When you're managing a reserve, you've got to do just that. You've got to manage it and be aware of spatial requirements, spatial tactics, all sorts of things. And there are 4 cheetahs here. It's actually the most amount of cheetahs that I've personally seen together. Yes, I spent time with Kakenya. She was an incredible cheetah up in the Mara. Busara, another epic female. The Lamai brothers. But I don't think I saw 3 at one time, so this is pretty special. It's a lot of spots. The Fast Five are, of course, the famous coalition from the Maasai Mara. Epic coalition of cheetahs. Naturally, there are 5 of them. WildEarth used to follow them, but I never got to see them. Wow, Darby, you better have your camera skills ready for when they do hunt.
Can't wait.
Can't wait. That all happened so unbelievably fast. Sarah, you're asking about coalitions. Now, they're said to be pretty much independent from about 18 months old, give or take. Again, that's an average figure, so a year and a half. And just like a leopard or a lion, I guess, is a bit of a nomadic phase where you've got to explore, you've got to find your paws, find your feet, understand the landscape, the threats, and of course meet coalition mates. And therefore, normally it happens anywhere in the region of 2.5 to 3.5 years old. But again, give or take. One of the cubs, I don't know if it's a male or female, is staring off to the side. I just want to check in case I can see any. Oh, he'll land. I think that's a little bit big for you, youngster. Dobby, I think it's too far for you. Sorry, I was just scanning. They're really far. I think I see a red hartebeest there as well. Maybe that's more doable. Damon, yes, possibly, absolutely, depending on if there are alarm calls or if other potential prey species are picking up on the behavior of others, but they're becoming nervous, lack of light, the sort of landscape's changing. And every single antelope or prey species on this reserve will 100% know that the cheetah are around. And it's better to know where they are. So you saw the zebra there. The zebra all stood their ground. It was two very big adults, and they just stared down the cheetahs. And that's basically saying, you can't surprise us, you can't shock us, we see you. So it's actually better to always know where the predators are, and every animal in this reserve will know the cheetahs are around somewhere. And because they hunt in a different manner from the likes of lions and leopards, they don't rely on that sort of stalking, ambush, creeping meter by meter to get so close approach, then they don't need to terribly worry about that. They do need to close distance on some level, but not as much as the big cats.
Getting just a little bit dark.
Getting to lack of light. I think we're maybe losing a bit too much light now, unfortunately.
WildEarth have really inspired me to return to South Africa after having followed so many beautiful characters. This ticket to dream has given me a great opportunity to meet the WildEarth team, which I thank. They're all amazing. Well, I love all of the characters, but I do have a particular passion for leopards. It's a dream, and as I said before, I just keep on pinching myself. Am I really here?
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
Behind us. How is that?
Yeah.
Wowza. Now that is a color palette for me. I wish I could accurately describe each layer of color. But I can't. Well, that is our sun going down on yet another wonderful day, everyone. But we are going to send you over to Ralph in Namibia as there's still lots of sun.
Yep, we do. It's still quite a while before the sun's going to go down here at Etosha, Okaukuejo Waterhole, as some of these springbok coming down for a drink now. Is that a little jackal running in the background there? I'm going to try and get in closer. What is that? Yep, there comes a little jackal. Very, very mangy jackal at that. See that? It's often the case here in this time of year. Oh, what's he after? Yeah, the jackals here, they have mange and they can also have rabies. So the management is always making tourists aware that they must not feed them to try and get photos because they can be potentially lethal if you get bitten by them. And you have to report any strange behavior from the jackals, because obviously if they can confirm that a jackal has rabies, they will be dispatched. I'm not saying this one does. This one has got mange, and he's gone to sleep there where I was talking about earlier, on a lovely elephant dung bed. Let's have a try and get in a bit closer so we can see the lovely soft bed that he's got there on the elephant dung. The elephant dung has got a few uses. Makes a lovely bed for jackals, as you can see. And what we used to use it for in the desert was you take some dry elephant dung, and the flies can be terrible, especially the mopani bees, but we call them mopani flies. They get in your nose, eyes, ears. They are terrible. They go anywhere where there's moisture, and there's just no stopping them. So what you do is you burn elephant dung. It just smolders, but the smoke. So if you want to lie down next to a tree or something, and you just put some of that around you and you let it smolder. It actually smells like incense. It's got a lovely smell. And it helps to keep the flies away a bit. So even some of the desert camps that you go to in Damaraland, they have like a bowl where they put the elephant dung and let it smolder in different places around the camp. It just helps to keep the mopani flies away. Shame. This little guy is quite... So this little jackal got lots of problems with mange. Well, we've also got our own problems. Juma, their feeds are all down. For whatever reason, I'm not quite sure, but the guys are working hard on it to get it going again. Just so you know, you're going to have to spend some time with me at the Okaukuejo Waterhole. I'm all you've got for now.
Hi, I am David. I come to you live from the Mara Triangle, all the way from Kenya.
This is not a postcard. This is real. Sunrise in the beautiful Maasai Mara.
Here on WildEarth, we love it when you interact with our guides while they are live. In order to do this, you must head over to wildearth.tv/questions and submit your questions, comments, and suggestions. Simple as that. And to make it even simpler, from time to time, you will see a QR code on your screen. Open your camera phone and scan this code, and it will take you straight to where you need to be. We look forward to answering your questions on this channel.
Devon, yes, jackals can compete with cheetahs, especially when there's quite a few of them. Now, you often think that jackals are just scavengers. Here in Etosha, I've watched them hunting springbok. They are excellent hunters. I've seen them make a few kills. There's a waterhole not too far from here, but in the easterly direction, so straight behind us. It's called Acacia, the Nabrownie waterhole, after the Acacia Nabrownie, which surrounds the little waterhole. And there we watched, it was about five jackals that took down a young springbok. and they had it for a little while, but they didn't kill it quick enough. And within 5 minutes, the lions obviously picked up on this, and they were busy killing it. And a male lion just sauntered over and chased the jackals off and said, "Thank you very much," and walked off with the young springbok. So you see, lions can even scavenge off jackals. I'm hoping we get a rhino or two before sunset, but they do like to come sort of, I always used to say to my guests, around 10, 11 o'clock at night. And then I used to say to them, if you get up in the night, you must go to the waterhole. That 3 o'clock session is also good. And both those times we generally get the black rhinos. They seem to like coming a bit later. But sometimes they do come around sunset as well, and sometimes even earlier, and sometimes they stay later on in the morning too. Karina, they do pretty much keep this waterhole at this level, so it is like this all year round. After the rains in, sort of December to March period, it can be a bit fuller, but it's not really any less than this. So yes, that's the reason why this is such an excellent waterhole to visit, because in these dry periods there's hardly any water in this area, so the animals really frequent this waterhole. That jackal has really curled himself up there on the elephant dung. Nice and comfy. And the rhino often come from that side, on the right-hand side there. They come from that side. Lilek, as I said, well, it's quite possible that jackal could die, but it's also just as possible for that it will get through it very easily. I don't think it's very comfortable for the jackal, but they are pretty tough animals. So as long as it can carry on feeding itself, I think it will be all right. It'll get through it. So off to the right of this waterhole, you can take a game drive. It's and it takes you to a place called Sprokieswoud, which is it's absolutely amazing place to go to. So Sprokieswoud in Afrikaans means the fairy tale forest, and it's made up of Moringa ovifolia trees. Now these moringas look very similar to baobab trees, in that the story or the myth goes that when everything was created by the wise owl or whatever it was, there was these moringa trees that were left over, and so they were thrown up in the air to land where they may, and they landed upside down because the roots are seemingly in the air and the leaves or the part that looks like it should be in the air is in the ground. So that's these trees, the Moringa ovifolia. And the fairy tale forest is a very interesting place to go, just to the northwest of Okaukuejo campsite. And I often go there on game drive. Do a nice loop.
The Maasai Mara in Kenya, a remote landscape where wilderness reigns. Its inspirational beauty captivates the hearts of many around the world. This year, from August, WildEarth is leading a number of unique expeditions to follow Africa's greatest wildebeest migration here in the Maasai Mara. And now, the remaining places have been discounted by 20%. Head over to our website to find out.
Here at WildEarth, we promised great monthly prizes for our explorers, and this month is no exception. If you join our club before the 10th of July, then you stand a chance to win a fabulous Safari Guide online course brought to you by Bushwise Field Guides. They specialize in accredited safari guide training with courses tailored for the African safari larger industry. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer today and don't miss out on this life-changing opportunity.
Logan, yeah, the jackals they can be quite a pest, especially at Okaukuejo. It's also as a result of a little bit of human error, because people like to get nice photos, and by feeding jackals, they can get them to come nice and close, and then they stay there so that they can get their lovely photographs. So that is probably the biggest problem, more than the jackals. But then obviously the jackals get brave and they come looking for food, and when you don't feed them, then they take more chances and so on. So, I've arrived at this campsite, and we arrived. It was early afternoon. It was about 2 o'clock, and I was busy emptying everybody's bags out of the back of the truck. And I had a look to the bags on the ground, and one was going up the road. And I realized it was a jackal. He was running with the bag up the road. So, yeah, I had to literally chase the jackal down and get the bag back. But, we do camping safaris here as well. And I used to always say to the guests, you mustn't leave your shoes outside because the jackals eat them. And there's always someone that leaves their shoes outside. In the morning, they come asking, has anyone seen my shoes? And I always say, did you leave them outside? And they say, yes. I'll say, well, the jackals got it. Yeah, I warned you. But, sometimes people need to sort of experience it for themselves, and then they understand. I've also lost my fire gloves. So I always get like welding gloves, big long leather gloves, and I use that on the fire. Picking up cast iron pots and things like that is it's very easy with those leather gloves. But I've left them next to the fire as well, not very cleverly. And in the morning, they're also gone. So the jackals eat socks, shoes. The smellier the better. They eat leather gloves. They seem to want to eat bags as well. I think they'll pretty much take whatever they can get. But yeah, so at Okaukuejo at night, you get a lot of the jackals coming through camp, and you need to look after your dustbin as well. They knock the dustbins over, and then they make a terrible mess. At Halali, which is the middle camp, there we get the honey badgers coming through camp at night, and they are literally like soccer yobs. Every night at about 9, 10 o'clock, you hear the dustbins start getting knocked over. Go there. There's 2 or 3 honey badgers, and they walk in crews like that. And if you try and chase them away or stomp your foot on the ground, they come at you. So you'd rather just leave them alone. And trust me, I've tried to chase honey badgers away. They've had me on the table, and I've been in a bit of trouble. So yeah, I'll leave them alone now. Just wait for them to finish, and then go and pick up the mess. Yeah. And then at Namutoni, you have the warthogs in the camp and banded mongoose. They come and the warthogs come in to eat the lovely lush grass where the sprinklers have been keeping the grass lovely. And the banded mongoose come to... Oh, hello. Hello. That was a surprise, you see now. Hello there, Mr. Black Rhino. They call him Mr. Black Rhino. Yes. So, I think all we've got left now to get is a leopard. Somebody needs to find a leopard. But look at that. That's our first black rhino. So nice that he came down a little bit early for us. And interesting about these black rhino, these are some of the biggest black rhino that you will see. Because these are the Diceros bicornis. The ones that you would find in KwaZulu-Natal and mostly around South Africa is the Diceros bicornis minor. It's the smaller version of this guy. So this is the real member of the Big Five. Try getting a bit closer to him. Might see. You see, they will also have ear-notched them because they've got the highest population of black rhino anywhere in the world, but they've also got a wonderful anti-poaching unit here, and they're constantly monitoring these animals. They in fact, with all the rhino poaching in South Africa, and the numbers have been dropping at alarming rates drastically to the point where we almost think that we're going to be losing them in the next few years. Namibia has increased their population of black rhino, and they've actually been shipping some of them out to help repopulate other areas. So this is an extremely good, positive conservation story here in Etosha.
It's time to put your feet up after a long week. WildEarth invites you to unwind with a weekend at the Waterhole, our life source of the bush, home to so much joy and danger. Join us on the 9th and 10th of July to get your wildlife refill broadcasted to you live all weekend at the Waterhole. WildEarth's weekend at the Waterhole is going to be epic, and we want to make sure that you are kitted out for the occasion. We've launched some wonderful merchandise just for you. Are you a dam cam lover? Find these and more on our website. So get your snacks ready, put your feet up, and join us for a weekend at the Waterhole.
And just looking at this individual, that it is a beauty. This is a very big male. Lovely horn on him. Quinn, absolutely, yeah. They are like tanks. They look very firm, don't they? And if you look at this, you would, I mean, if you could easily be mistaken to think that this is a white rhino, just because of his sheer size. They're incredibly big. I just want to zoom out in case we're missing something, like we were a little bit earlier when he came down. I was scanning the other side, and he had sneakily made his way in without us knowing. I just want to check. I'm being a little bit nervous. I wonder if there's not something else coming down for a drink. Now, this is what Etosha is also very famous for, especially at night, is when the black rhinos come in. And then there's elephants around as well, and the interaction between the two of them, because sometimes neither of them will stand down. Obviously, the elephant got the advantage, but these black rhinos, they can be quite aggressive. And I've seen black rhino charging young bull elephants and actually chasing them away. So it's not always the elephants that will win, especially with a big bull like this. Wayne, I don't know if rhinos experiencing must. No. You see, these are territorial animals, And what they will do is they establish their territories, and then they sort of patrol it. And when they get a female that comes into that territory, they obviously take their chance right there and then, especially if they're in estrus or whatever it might be. But so they don't like elephants who are roamers. Need to like go out and pursue the females. They sort of almost let the females come into their territory. So in my mind, the reason why the evolution of male bull elephants going into must is because if you've seen like the desert elephants, for instance, those males, they're so happy to go wandering off on their own, and they're the most carefree animals you'll ever come across. And I think that's what they would just do, and you would have a massive reduction in elephant numbers because all the males would just be off, on their own, enjoying themselves and not going seeking the females. With them coming into must and that extreme pumping of testosterone, it drives them to go and seek out the females. So I think that's why it's particular to elephants, and I think they've evolved that as a means to ensure that males go looking for females. However, with the rhinos, they have a very well-established territory, and they patrol it expertly, routinely. They are really on top of their territory, and anything comes in there, they're going to fight with it. So, and that is one of the reasons why they're so easily poached or hunted. It's because once you find a rhino midden, all you need to do is wait. So, and the guys know this. And so that's what makes them very vulnerable. Coupled with the fact that's why white rhino have also been hammered. They're very docile animals. They're not really that dangerous. Obviously, they're a big animal, so they could be dangerous. But, we sort of say that a white rhino is one of the best animals to approach on foot. Obviously trying to not let it even know that you're there. But because generally, even if they do, they're not aggressive. Mostly, you do have some bulls that will be a little bit iffy. But mostly they'll just run away. They're quite sort of timid animals. Whereas black rhino is the absolute opposite. I think that's where we also get the black and white names of black and white rhinos, is because they are opposite ends. They are plus and minus. A black rhino will sort of attack anything that moves. Whereas the white rhino, well, he's a gentle giant. He's bigger than the black rhino, but off he will run if he realizes that there's humans or anything around.
If you would like to be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration in Kenya live on WildEarth, then we have some great news for you. There are a few places left to join our expeditions in August and September this year. You'll be staying in an exclusive tented camp with ensuite bedrooms nestled in the riverine woodlands of the Talek River. Head over to our website to book your bucket list experience today. WildEarth Expeditions. Travel with purpose.
So it's the weekend, and what better way to spend a day than sat near one of these wonderful waterholes?
So get yourself some snacks and a hat and come and join us for the weekend at Watering Hole.
So for the days the 9th and the 10th of July, our teams here at WildEarth from across Southern Africa are going to be spending quality time at a number of waterholes.
We will see you there.
See you there.
But true to form and their nocturnal nature, it's more so at night when you see those numbers coming in here. One of my most incredible encounters here with black rhino was actually two males that were fighting. It wasn't very nice to watch because it was literally to the death, but it was absolutely mind-blowing. The power that the two of these animals had. But they had like sword fights with their horns, and they're trying to push the one away that they can broadside it and get in under its front legs, get the horn in there. Once that happens, obviously it's game over. But this fight went on for about half an hour, and they were chasing each other around the waterhole, very high-pitched squealing accompanying that. I mean, that's the sound this massive animal makes. And they were doing that the whole time. And they went in the water. The one picked the other one up and threw it up, and it landed. And then he climbed on top of it. And there was a lot of flailing of legs and everything. And it carried on like that for about 3 or 4 minutes. And eventually the one in the water, which was underwater, went still. And the other one stepped off of it. And we thought it was dead. It had been drowned. And about 30 seconds later, it stood up again. And they went at it again. And eventually, the one that had been sort of on top of the other one in the water did broadside it, got it in the chest, lifted it up, threw it up into the air, and it landed in the water. And then really looked like it was game over. And then there was another bull that came down, and this one that had thrown the other one up in the air, he went off chasing that one off into the darkness. And we watched the one in the water get up and walk out of the water, but he had been mortally wounded. He dragged himself away from the waterhole into the darkness. We didn't see him again, but I don't think that he made that night. It was, it was open, so he wasn't looking good. But incredible and mind-blowing sight. These are the kind of sightings you get here. Yesterday I explained about the elephant sighting that I had between 2 bulls. That is just as mind-blowing. So this is that kind of place. It's a place of massive beasts. Mitch, I'm glad I could bring you a first, and having a black rhino with us. When was the last time you did something for the first time? When did you see a black rhino? If it's the first time, I'm stoked for you, just as stoked as I am to see it for the first time on the dam cam. I've been there in person hundreds of times myself, with different safari groups. Over 22 years that I've been going there. As a professional, I've been there before that.
We want to make it even easier for you to interact with our guides whilst watching WildEarth. When you see a QR code like this pop up on your screen, then open your phone camera, point it at the code, and you will be taken directly to our question page. Simple as that. Then you can let us know what you want to see, ask questions, and much more.
I've had it before where I've been walking and a waterbuck's jumped out of the grass. It's quite a frightening experience.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
And they just sleep like that. The black rhino, not the only animals that I've seen sleeping standing up. I've gotten pretty good at it myself, but elephants I've seen sleepwalking. I've encountered an elephant bull. We were walking along an elephant path in Mana Pools, and we saw this elephant coming from quite a distance in front of us. So we just went next to a tree, but the way that he was walking, his head was sort of lowered, and he was just almost rocking. It was just like a real idle walk, just coming along slowly. And he came straight towards us. We didn't have enough time to sort of get away by the time we'd seen him. So when he was about 15, 20 meters away, I actually stood back in the path and clapped my hands And that actually woke him up. He got quite a fright. And then realized that we were there. So I'm 100% sure that he was sleepwalking. He was on an old, ancient elephant path. And I'm sure he'd walked that path 1,000 times, and so was sleeping while he was walking. Incredible. Looks like there's quite a lot of animals coming down in the distance. Got some giraffes that have arrived now. Looks like maybe some zebra coming there. Join the black rhino. See, always cautious, and there's good reason for that. Giraffe get taken here as well by lions. Let's go in and have a look at them. Yeah, what an amazing setting for these animals. And lots of people saying the rocks look like snow. If only snow was that hard. These are sharp, edgy rocks. Yeah, you can just imagine. I mean, the animals, they do trip themselves up walking on through these rocks. However, they have grown up here, so they do know what they're working with. But yeah, you often see them sort of tripping and falling when they're walking over these rocks, especially when they're alarmed or something and they've got to sprint away. Then you see them tripping in between these rocks. Generally, giraffe don't do very well when there's rocky landscape. But we have the giraffe in the Damara land. It's like a desert giraffe. In the areas where the desert elephants, black rhino and lions move. And they do very well. There's other places, other reserves in rocky areas. Giraffe are known to even trip, fall, break their legs and die. They're really not good at handling that kind of situations. But here, obviously, where they're very well adapted to that kind of terrain. Oh, they've spotted something. Bernice and Vincent, I've been guiding since 1998. So it is a few years that I have been in the bush. And yes, spending time in places like this, it's just, you rack up the encounters and the sightings, you know. So, and I followed the desert elephants on foot for 4 years. So that was some of the most amazing experience that I've ever had in the desert parts of Damara land and Kakaland. These giraffe are looking at something. Well, the one is now. I just want to try and see what he's concerned with. The zebra coming in with not too much concern, so I don't think that there's a lion. But this is also the time for lions to come down and drink. Oh, I think it might be that giraffe looking at another giraffe, and they're looking at each other.
I still can't believe the amount of Oxpeckers on this poor hippopotamus. It's almost more Oxpecker than skin at the moment. They do seem to be retreating now, it's heading into the water. Maybe that's what you should have done first there. Wow, they really are. That was an effective method there, hippopotamus. Well done. And oh, they go.
Karen, you saying this it's like out of the Lion King, very diverse. Yeah, I have to agree with you. I have to agree with you. This is the kind of true, sort of changed wilderness And it's always been like that, you know. It's never been rehabilitated or farmed or, you know. This is how it was 2,000 years ago. Obviously, things have changed a little. Maybe these trees were growing at that point. They've been pushed over now by the elephants. But these trees also will stay like that for years to come as well. Because of the lack of rain in Namibia, you have very little microorganisms to break down wood, as well as fungus or mycelium that needs moisture. It's so dry that these trees just stay like that. Sometimes next to the waterhole as well, animals can make each other scared. So if one lifts his head, then everybody runs away, you know, but it's, as I've said, it's with good reason. I think you would also be like that if you knew you put your head down, it could be the last thing you do, you know. So if you're not on your toes, you are food. And that's in general in the wild. What a sight. Let's just go in again on that rhino, seeing as we're seeing one on the dam cam for the first time, and some people's first time to ever see a rhino. We're guaranteed with all the other animals, but rhino obviously around a specific time. So once we get to this specific time, I would like to concentrate a little bit on the rhinos, because obviously of the special nature of the animal, and with them being in a very special place on the planet. BG, seems like you used to watch me when I was at Juma, doing the safari live safaris there. So thanks. It's awesome to have you on board with us again. So what method are these giraffe employing? They're doing the splits. See, the ones in Mashatu seem to tend to do the bendy half split, whereas these ones go straight for the splits. Can be to do with the terrain. Maybe they slip if they do the full splits at Mashatu, because there's no rocks there. Maybe here the splits is the better technique. Must be crazy, eh? Where you have to go to get your life-giving water, and that same place that gives you life will just as quickly take your life, with the lions that like to frequent this area, and how many animals they actually kill here.
We protect and reconnect nature across southern Africa. We bring countries together to care for wild spaces that stretch beyond borders. We protect and restore biodiversity. We prioritize the people living in these landscapes, enabling them to thrive in harmony with nature. We are restoring tomorrow.
So yes, can be quite frustrating. JD, you can see white rhino in Etosha. I've seen, as I say, in the 20 plus years I've been coming here, I've probably seen 5 white rhino. So they are here, but there's not many of them. There is not many of them at all. So the chances are very low. There is a chance, but very low. They do like some areas to the west of here. But I must say, near to the Anderson Gate, there's which is straight south from here, that's where I've seen one. So, yes. Possible, but highly unlikely. Now. Yolanda, yes, absolutely. This is one of my all-time favorite waterholes. I'd say the one downside is there can be quite a lot of people here at times. And then, then you've got the human factor. So sometimes a little bit, if you're a purist, you can get a bit frustrated with all the people. But like I say, I mean, you'll see for yourself that people will make a noise and these animals will not react in any way whatsoever. So it doesn't affect the animals, it just affects people when people are people, So, but so one of my top all-time. Then going from here towards Halali, there's Nabrani. This is an excellent waterhole because there is pride of lions that they like to stay under the culverts that go under the road. And I know where they always like to sleep. And I always go to the waterhole and I check under the culverts. And if they are there, I know exactly where to park. And they're literally straight below the vehicle, so you can see them very close. And I also know the signs when they're going to go off to the waterhole. So, it's just these little tricks that That's a very good, productive waterhole, especially for those lions. And there are hyenas often there too. Then going closer to Namutoni, there's a waterhole called Goas. Goas. This is a fantastic waterhole. It's like there's a couple of waterholes actually next to each other. And there I've seen leopards, a number of leopards. I've seen black rhino. I've seen hyenas after they killed a kudu. And they had that thing in pieces within a couple of hours. So that was incredible. But that's where I've spotted the most amount of leopards out on drive. At the actual Halali waterhole is where I've seen the most leopards at the camp. Now here in the background, we've got some elephants approaching. But we are indeed heading towards the end of the show, folks. So it's not going to be too long. Kelly Ann, thanks for saying that you like my stories. Well, it's just experiences that I've had, and I'm just going to keep rolling them out as we keep sitting watching the waterhole. So when things are quiet, I'd like to chat about wildlife. Now, why are those zebra running in that direction? Elephants coming down. Everybody running off. So folks, as I said, it's heading now towards the end of the show as these zebra are starting to make their way. Well, everybody else in the team has made their way. Fortunately, we didn't have the best luck with Juma today, but we had some wonderful sightings anyway. So thanks to all the viewers for watching. Thanks for the wildlife for doing all that you do. And thanks to the team, MC, Tech, Cam Ops, drivers, guides, everybody. Thanks a lot, folks. And we'll see you again tomorrow morning. I'm Ralph Kirsten, and I'm out.
And may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.